I should have sound on here. We should be speaking peacefully. I'm going to say this. Since we have a discussion, what's up, everybody in the chat room? There's a certain fella out there who had a certain podcast who mentioned yours truly saying that I don't know what the hell I'm doing of supporting Christian fundamentalists or white supremacists. Because I'm gonna just say the name because since people say they don't want to say a name, and then you trying to say I'm kissing the ass of a certain fake master teacher. Because I'm gonna just say this, Jay Sean, I thought we were cool. If you had an issue with whatever I said on my platform, you could have came up here and expressed your opinion. Because when you went over to MOT's channel, which you have all right to do, and you're trying to call me out saying I'm kissing BGS's ass, let me ask you, everybody in the panel, do I have a problem with people who have a differences of opinion with me and expressing them on my channel? I'll let everybody, anybody. Matter of fact, Jay Sean, you of all people know that I have no problem going to other people's channels debating them because you did the same damn thing. Last time I checked, I respect the man who stands on a square. Last time I checked, me and BGS have different arguing issues on gun rights. Should people carry or not carry? I don't respect. I don't respect a man who's just a goddamn recording record. I don't give a damn for people who are mocking birds. But for you to say that I'm kissing somebody's ass on me, and shout out to Louis Collier, when we were asked, not only by BGS, by other people, about the Hegseth speech, myself, Lewis, and other people who were in the military didn't have a problem with it. But you don't go over to people's channels and say, oh, well, there's a certain officer who used to take a certain oath and he's supporting this. No, 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 no. First of all, if you want to know why I voted for Trump, I'll tell you why. I'm a man and I'm a father. I said this to one chick I'm talking to again. I said, I want men who I personally know to get their children, to have rights to their children, and not get fucked with by the system, okay? Okay? See, a lot of brothers forget this space alone has talked a lot of Negroes off the ledge. But we don't want to do that. We don't want to go back to those roots. We don't want to go back to that shit. When we have an issue with someone, we would get on the panel and hash it out. Even if you don't have my current number, you have my emails. You have my current emails. But don't say I'm kissing anybody's ass when you have never seen me do so. And then you got people like MOT eating this shit up. Because I'll tell you the fucking truth, man. Because I noticed if you got a beef with Angry Man, if you got a beef with BGS, you're the enemy. You can't have your own fucking thoughts. You can't have your own fucking ideas. As a matter of fact, when Grinch and Cerulean Gray were beefing, and they asked me over there to pick a side, and I told him, Cerulean's a grown man. He can defend himself. It's one-on-one with him and Grinch. And when Grinch tried to come for me, I said what the fuck I said. I think a lot of people misconstrue shit very deeply. You don't go to somebody's yard and piss all over it, especially when they never mentioned you. Especially when they thought everything was cool with that motherfucker. But when do I'm kissing somebody's ass? But yet, is it because you have a daughter and I have a son and I'm thinking differently about that shit? Because you said this is a Christian fundamentalist, white supremacist. Last time I checked, America was founded as a Christian state. Last time I checked, when hasn't America been a white country? And then you said it's capitalist, but you were in the service and you currently work as a civilian for the U.S. government benefiting off of that capitalism. When hasn't this country been capitalism? That's the whole shit about slavery, right? So, if men get ahead and men actually start to get this 50-50 custody at divorce or 50-50 custody period, the end of no fault divorce, mandatory DNA testing at birth, I'm for it. You have a daughter who's an adult, like I have a son that's an adult. May she prosper at all times. But you know, like I know, the world has been very kind to the female of our species. But when the men need to help out, you over there at the channel with the motherfucker who said, I'm not going to help these young men. How can you relate to a motherfucker who doesn't have children and doesn't want to help any children? If I said that's how we used to speak to each other in the military, but yet, let's go to Lloyd Austin, right? Former, you know, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, right? Secretary of Defense under Biden, right? First and foremost, the Joint Chiefs or any four-star general is an appointed position. Very political. But yet, I notice you failed to mention that General Austin also issued in and ushered in a lot of this open LGBTism in the military services, where men are wearing makeup. He's part of the Biden administration that allowed a lot of this transgenders surgery while in the military. And I have to ask you, MOT, and anybody else, is transgender surgery something that is making the military the most effective, efficient, and deadly force on the God's green earth? And the answer is an astounding no. See, I'm smart enough. I'm proud. Let me get this straight. I'm proud to be black and I'm proud to be for my people. But I'm not dumb enough to stand up for any damn black, any old Negro and their bullshit. Just like I would say it'd be great for him of making the rank of general. It's great to see a brother with that type of power and prestige. But what is not great is when you ushered in a lot of that DEI bullshit, a lot of that transgender bullshit, and you see all these little TikToks, Instagram complaints. You didn't do that when we were in the service, did you? You had something called military barons because when you and I were in, it was don't ask, don't tell. Where there were gay people, but they were some hard charging motherfuckers. Not this underhanded sissy shit you see now. And there's a difference between a sissy and somebody that's homosexual. Distinct difference. They were a soldier, a sailor, an airman, a marine before their sexuality. Currently, which they're trying to fix this shit today because you went through abysmal recruiting during the Biden administration. And we have to figure this one out. Everybody got complaints, but you do your job. I don't have a problem with Hegseth saying that we're going back to the standards of having a fucking PT test. You shouldn't have a female standard of fitness, a male standard of fitness. It's just the fucking standard now. So you don't agree with that? Since I'm the proverbial ass kisser of BGS? When, first of all, I was asked my opinion. I was asked, what do I think about this? I wasn't given no directive to follow by BGS. Let's get that shit straight, my dude. And let's get this real fucking clear. I didn't kiss your ass. I didn't kiss Angry Man's ass. I didn't kiss BGS ass. If you have an issue with what I think about it, you can come click the fucking link like anybody else can. See, what I got a problem with is not a man with an opinion, but a man who got a difference of my opinion and won't come up on my show and say it. That's my issue. Don't go telling these fictional stories of kissing somebody's ass when I will equally disagree with something that BGS says. But how many of you motherfuckers were scared to even talk to Cynthia G? Because a lot of people back then, if we all recollect for a second, were petrified of her and Crystal and Carrison. All I had to do was ask one question and show you that's a paper tiger, my dude. Easily make a guy like a Mary look stupid. Hell, I don't even mention MOT for what? I don't even watch his shit. What do I need to mention him for? See, the craziness about this is that I respect anybody who says Charles Faulkner Jr. is an asshole. And I would positively, absolutely, concurrently agree with you. As a matter of fact, I probably correct you on that statement slightly and say that I'm not an asshole, I'm a hemorrhoid. I irritate assholes. I'm that hemorrhoid that you can't reach with your preparation H. I would agree with you, but don't call me an ass kisser because I stand on business about being somebody who respects a difference of opinion. See, don't have a cash app. I don't have a super chat, but the cash app, I'll put it in there for you. And we're going to get to Mr. Austin again, General Austin, with all his due respect and rank. We're going to get back to that bullshit. Because if Mr. or General Austin, you have to be interviewed for these positions, let's look at this, right? Why would you bring in LGBT? Why would you lower the standards to get people in here instead of going for the best and brightest? Why not implement programs and put more money into JROTC, Raiders Challenge, which I was a part of in high school, and actually implement programs not only scholastically, but athletically? But what did you do? You put more money in LGBT fucking shit than getting a bunch of brothers on the street who need a chance. The Gray Faulkner Initiative, anybody? When the Gray Faulkner Initiative talked about these subjects almost 10 years ago, but you're with on a panel with a man who vehemently disagreed with helping young black men. But see, this is what happens when you don't agree with Angry Man, BGS, or the content creator of the week. It usually comes from that place from the Isle of Misfit Toys. You can have a political difference with me all you want. You can have a religious difference with me all you want. I have everybody from atheist to Christian, Jew, Gentile, Muslim, Shinto, Jin, whoever. Let's speak facts. You're talking about, oh, they're going back to white Christian values. Well, guess what? If them white Christian values give black men their family back, access to their children, rights within the court system that they haven't had in 50 fucking years, guess what? It's called politics, my nigga. You're gonna dance with the devil at some time. You don't like the military? You don't agree with the military? Why are you still taking money from the same government that funds them? Oh, oh, okay. You know, like I know, my brother, the government does some shady shit to make sure you can put food on your table, right? But let me ask you this one: do you kiss Uncle Sam's ass? Oh shit! Oh shit! Mr. Jefferson, man. Appreciate you, brother, man. Appreciate you. Oh, shit. Hit your boy with the $50. Hit the 55er. Man, we got to give my boy Jeff some love for that one. Sponsor of the week, man. Sponsor of the goddamn show. Where that shit at right there? Man, we giving you all three of these motherfuckers.
By the power of Grayskull.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
Yeah, definitely appreciate my brother with the $55 love, man. Appreciate you. Don't let him be the only person hitting the cash app. But we got to talk about this very seriously because I thought we were cool. If you have an issue with what I think about Hegseth or any political ideology that you didn't agree with, you could have came on my channel anytime like anybody else at any station. But I noticed you didn't put a comment. You didn't come over here. Why? But you'll go to somebody else to spread some bullshit. Which let's call it what I see it, boy, brother man. That was some bullshit. Because you can't get the BGS, you're gonna come to me. Trust me, I'm not an easy target either. Because fundamentally, a lot of motherfuckers better be glad I'm an honorable person. Because people talking this dumb shit. When they could have came on the panel and said, I don't agree with this. Why? Do you like the system the way has been for the last 50 years? Do you like the fact that a lot of men get railroaded? That makes me look at you like, so. But some people tell me, people who have daughters, they don't look at the world the same way as when you have a son. Even women notice there's a fucking difference when they have a son. They don't even understand the world till they have a son and they see their son being dragged through the fucking draconian courts of child custody and child support and divorce court the same way they did their fathers. And that's when reality strikes like a thunderbolt. And you're going to tell me, well, this is a Christian. They want these Christian values, these white supremacists. It's a white country anyway, my dude. Tell me what's new. Tell me what's new. Let's sit down and tell me what the fuck's new. The country's almost 300 years old, founded on Christian so-called values. This is still a white majority country, What has fucking changed? See, I can get it and respect it if you don't like a certain personality, but guess what? Your boy Lloyd ain't getting no pass because he's a black general. I salute him and represent him, but guess what? You were in on the fuck shit too, Sir General. Like I said earlier, those initiatives, that LGBT surgery shit, and you have to correct the fucking, you have to correct this fucking bullshit. That tells you how much damage is done. You wouldn't dare openly speak about the fucking military, especially not on uniform or social media. You should be heavily reprimanded for that. Heavily. Do you agree with fucking females talking about their sexual escapades in Class A uniforms? No. There's a time and a place. It's called either after you honorably discharge or shut the fuck up about it till that day happens. And this is under his watch. If we can blame Trump for his first term for COVID, then we should be able to blame Biden for his fucking starting 2 wars as well. See, that's something that's very diplomatic of me, expressing very honestly, as I might add, the faults of 2 presidents. And if you really, I don't know who the fuck you voted for or who the fuck you supported, but you had to be a moron to think if Kamala had a snowball chance in hell, a white shirt's chance in a chocolate factory, or a fat bitch balancing on a trapeze wire, chance in hell to think she was going to ever be a president when she never truly was a fucking candidate. They had to prop her the fuck up. What's up, Lost and All Star? What's up, ABM? T Riddler? Fallout? See, I pride myself on being the channel for multifaceted men. I don't have an echo chamber. Every man, no matter the age, level of intelligence, experience, training, or whatnot, even the women, are open to express themselves, no matter how intelligently or how stupid their comment was. See, the ultimate issue is that, one, if you don't like my channel, don't mention me, don't even overcome it. Don't even comment what it is. Because obviously it was so obvious who you're mentioning. If you have an issue with what I say, you can come to the source. Yes, I'm gonna support something that looks like it's gonna benefit me. Yeah, guess what? Did motherfuckers complain about civil rights? But a lot of motherfuckers in this so-called space, or the detractors of this space, don't want to talk about how black feminists gave a lot, 85% of your fucking civil rights to white women. But how many motherfuckers will be like, well, you can't blame the women for that? Bullshit. They can blame you for anything and everything, they shall. So the same way they put a fucking knife to our head and our throats for 40 years lying on fucking black men. What I always say, the truth doesn't need a bodyguard. It is quite capable of defending itself. Because I'm going to tell you who the greatest enemy of black men truly is. And it's not black women. It's other fucking black men. Remember when I said the things that black men don't do properly or fail to do? That's work together. Because here's the crazy part. When the young man lost, his dream is to be a military officer. I didn't shoot the young man down. I said, let me call a motherfucker who was a military officer and connect him to him. And when Sanddog actually gave him the information to say, go here and here, and once you do it, hit me back. I go by the Japanese proverb, when the student's ready, the master appears. See, all the bullshit that a lot of these detractors have said about me personally for years. You can come on this channel and click the fucking link. I don't even bother other people's fucking shit. If you notice, there's very few fucking panels I go on anymore. It's like I told my friend the other day. I'm not an emotional person. I go by facts. No matter how much I hate those facts, no matter how much I hate the fact that it may be true. But you can never say that I was never for my people. You can never say I didn't give young black men opportunities. Hell, there's not one black woman who I've been in the vicinity of who can never claim she was never felt protected by me. On or off duty. There are women I don't even know they're from a fucking can of fucking jelly beans who I protected. But see, I respect you for being a great father and a great man. But why can't you give the same deference to me? But I had to learn a long time ago the grace you give others is not the same you're going to receive in return. There's a lot of motherfuckers looking at life through a one-way mirror and don't realize that motherfuckers actually looking at a two-way street. You will never get the same deference as other people. Because one, accountability's a motherfucker. And two, not all men are created equal. And I know people back then brought up, oh, you had a GoFundMe. I told you what the GoFundMe was for. Guess what? During that whole stretch of that shit, you knew exactly where your money was going. When motherfuckers donate $100, $50, $60, do they ask any other content creator where the money's going? No. I proved to you where the money was going. These young men are either now in the military, working private security, or with police departments. Let's see anybody else's fucking work in this fucking place today. Let's see it. My next goal is to get lost to be a military officer. Let's see what everybody else is doing. My next goal, to make my son a nationally recognized EMT. See, my son can go to the military with his certifications as an EMT and easily smoke everybody in basic because he runs 3 to 5 miles every other day, or at least 4 to 5 days a week. See, that's what I train my son to do. I train warriors and I train kings. I don't have time to train kiss asses, contrary to popular belief. And you really surprised me, my dude, with that comment. You really surprised me with that. Instead of respecting a man's opinion, like I would respect yours, well, if I agree with it or not, or if it was that much of a pressing issue, you could have came to me about it. And I would openly speak about it. But what's happening is, in this space, is because the gender war is damn near kaput. And once again, when black men don't have a direction, they start dissipating all the good works and start arguing like a bunch of bitches. It's not the first time I've seen it in this space. Because really, there's supposed to be an evolution to these manosphere streets. There's a reason why the first wave you had to have a voice. The second wave you had to have the intelligentsia, the PhDs. The third wave had to be a Kevin Samuels. The fourth wave is political. Now, going into this fifth wave, it should be economic. Get your body right, get your soul right, get your mind right, and everything, and your money right. And everything will be all right. What's up, Snowman? What's up, Calvin? All Star. What's up, Otis? See, to complain about the bitches is one thing. But ultimately, men have to stop listening to them. Men have to walk over the bodies of the desert. You know, not literally, of course. If the women still want what they want, fine. As my man Snowman would say, don't you want nice shit too? Why don't you give your why don't all that shit she's asking for, give it to your damn self? How many times have I said on these spaces, women are a byproduct of this of success, not the goal of it. In the last 30 years, comrade, Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr. never had problem getting women. Charles Faulkner Jr. had to come to spaces like these because he thought he was going crazy, and if anybody saw what he saw. But instead of saying, Charles, I got an issue with you, which you said on Hegseth, either behind the scenes or on the panel, you got to go over there, my dude. You think I'm kissing people's ass? I can make a fucking. I can make a. I've easily done things where I disagree with BGS very openly. Hell, he hated when I first said black men are the garbage men of the dating world. He hated that shit. He had to literally call me offline and say, "Why the fuck you say that?" And I told him because it's fucking true. Look at it. He said, "Give me a second." And he had to recollect over his life, over his experiences, and noticed, goddamn right. He said, "You know what? I apologize, Charles. You're right. Black men are the garbage men of the dating world because only a garbage man would take the trash ass shit we get as a group." A lot of men speak out of turn. Well, what you did was some grade A bullshit, my dude. I ain't got any hate for you. I still think you a hell of a dude. But that was some bullshit that was pulled. I don't give a fuck if it was MOT. I don't give a fuck if it was. Hell, even a Mary came to my goddamn channel. Even a Mary Brown came to my channel. Just like I went to his when I didn't agree with his shit. Over some political ideology that I was asked my opinion on, I didn't see a problem with it. I already told people what they were doing. They're doing the 21st century version of the Monroe Doctrine. You can see it in plain fucking day. Am I fucking am I upset if you gotta rewrite the curses of the last administration, go back to what it was, don't ask, don't tell. Hell, I'm not gonna hurt a person because they're gay, they're black, they're white, they're Asian, Pacific Islander. Those are your brothers or female. That's your brothers and sisters in fucking green and blue. You learn how to deal with the real life and culture and different cultures mostly because of the goddamn service. You learn how to deal with difficult times. You know how many white boys who were still brothers to me from basic training alone 25, 26 fucking years ago? We got grays in our head. Do you know how many brothers I had to talk to in the goddamn military when they were going through divorces and developed alcoholism, depression, and all of that shit. You know how many motherfuckers in the police and military who came and talked to me when I was going through my deep, dark times? But I get a brother that I respect to try to shit on me. I never said anything about the brother. But see, if I become an attack dog and start attacking motherfuckers on their shit, then I'm wrong, right? I'm wrong. Because it ain't. Why shouldn't I take evasive maneuvers? Why shouldn't I? Because a lot of motherfuckers, especially if they're involved with the fucking Island of Misfit Toys, y'all like the Pearl Harbor niggas who not talking about you. Who let you be. Who'll tell you, if you're happy over there, be happy. I'm not going to bother you. But I notice everybody wants to come over and try to bomb my name. You don't say shit about our new style, which you should not. Because I'll get offended then. More so if you try to offend me. You don't say nothing about AB, but I'm the one who gets picked up the most. Why? I keep telling you fucking fools, I am not that one. I'm not simping for any married women. I'm not going anywhere to this person's channel to fuck with them. I stayed to my own shit. You may see me go on a BGS panel. Every once in a while he has one now. Definitely an Art New Style channel. Or the Coliseum with AB. You rarely see me go anywhere else anymore. Purposely. For what? For fucking what? What am I getting out of it? Fuck am I getting out of it? You know? I leave people the fuck alone. If you want to come over here, debate, have an issue, have a drink, have a trouble, come over. You see me debate a dude on my channel. He was lost in the sauce, but I gave him his time to speak. If anything, BGS saved the guy from looking even more embarrassed at what the fuck he was doing. Because the motherfucker obviously didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. See, guys like BGS actually come save a lot of you motherfuckers. To keep you from embarrassing yourselves. A lot of you. And that goes for anybody who wants to take that. I'm not even naming names specifically on that statement. Me personally, I just keep letting the motherfucker looking stupid. But me, I give my opinion on it. Lewis gives his opinion. It's kind of funny when high-ranking officials in the military currently listen to that shit, and they loved it. They agreed with everything that Lewis Collier and Charles Faulkner Jr. stated on that. We went in depth to show you every minority and female general that's working in the military at that time of the speech. But you don't see other motherfuckers doing such in-depth work in this space when Shit like that will actually affect your bottom dollar economics. Because warfare is all economic. Did you know? But when a guy like AB, BGS, what's up, Bay? What's up, Lewis? Bay, when he was doing his news, and he would constantly call me offline and ask my opinion. And I'll ask his opinion about certain stuff as well. I'm starting to understand this folly for the black community is that you hate intellectualism. Because intellectualism, it has order. You can't be in that chaotic fucking shit that we're used to. The man has to be a former. We sank so low in mediocrity and obsolescence as a people that you wonder why nobody takes us seriously economically. Say what you want about the Republican Party, and I'm not a Republican. And I do agree with you, Big Mo. The anti intellectualism is so abrupt. That it's shameful. It's downright fucking shameful. That people you thought you could respect, I got no words for. Only thing I say, I hope you live long and prosper. Just don't mention me. You're right. You're right, Bay. They ain't worried about the economic growth. They're not worried about wealth. All they just worrying in this community is how to suffer just a little bit less. Make my oppression feel nice. Make my oppression have heavenly bliss. But yet the black community suffers from nothing but eternal melancholy. The black community is a bunch of fucking, like, it's a godless, I can't even say atheist, it's just godless. Anarchist, corrupt, bottom line, immoral place to be. The people that are supposed to be your heroes, you condemn them. The people who are supposed to be your fucking criminals, you deitize them. You literally got criminals who are more well known, more revered than Robert F. Smith or Reginald F. Lewis. This is my community. We live in such a backwatered, back-ass community where a woman of certain character, prestige, and elegance is called a pick-me, but a single ratchet mother is a hero. I live in a community where Baby Boy's a love story But the Cosby Show was unrelatable. Do me a favor. Do me a goddamn favor. Show me the Asian, Arabic, Hispanic, and white version of Baby Boy. I'll wait. I'll wait. That's my community, by the way. I live in a community where two men have a difference of opinion. He's got to kiss somebody's ass. I'll wait. I'll wait. Do me that solid, please. Do me that solid, please. I live in a community where you Negroes will actually go fight for some goddamn illegals, but you won't fight for your kid to get proper education in school. I'll wait. I'll fucking wait. I live in a community where they'll say Trump's a racist, but Biden sold you out to fucking illegals. I'll wait. I'll wait. You literally got Negroes in this space who said, "I won't even help a young black man if he needs a job," or so-called this space, so-called presidents. I guess I don't know. You niggas, and I hate to say that, but you niggas didn't say a goddamn word when fucking Cardi B spoke to then Vice President Biden, who was running for president. But you got a complaint against the fucking the PhDs of the space. Glorilla took pictures with a sitting president. You telling me Dr. Neil, Dr. Dunbar, Dr. T, Dr. Carey were out taking a piss simultaneously? See, it is very foolish. It is very foolish to think a man is stupid when he's playing you for the fool. And the whole ridiculousness of this shit is the Democratic Party told you for the last 20 years, 30 years probably, but definitely in the last five, what the fuck they think about you black men. And I've said it once and I'll say it again. The world looks at you like just one big nigga. The world can never tell you apart from the next nigga to the other. That is your greatest foul. That is your greatest flaw. You too busy trying to say, I'm not like them niggas, and you look exactly like the niggas they're pointing out. You don't understand the ramifications of this shit. You can act like the model citizen you want, but that's the same shit that a lot of people did in Nazi Germany. When they get rid of all the small hats they wanted, they come in for the ones that's left. And that's what they did with the Negro. See, black people were taught that crab in the barrel shit. You're the only men that can't even openly disagree with his women. You can't even openly check your women. But you the leaders of the. If the next time I hear a woman say a black man's the leader of the shit, I'm gonna ask her this: you go outside with your friends. Can your man tell you to get your ass back in the house? Because I had to check a woman on what a real man is. I noticed you don't hear too many people say what a real woman is, and she got quiet. Don't you ever tell me what the fuck a real man does. If I put you in masculine shoes, you wouldn't like it. I'm going to ask this question. Why are you here? Nobody likes you. Nobody wants you. Why are you here? This is what I'm talking about, folks. This is what I'm talking about. Go to a stream where those motherfuckers need you. See, I could tell it's one of these fucking incel motherfuckers who the only way he would get a woman is that he probably had to get hooked up by his parents because they don't approve of his alternate lifestyle. You know, that alternative lifestyle shit? They don't approve of that. They want grandchildren, they want an heir. But you know what? I respect your real choice. Why are you here? But see, we got dumb bucktooth motherfuckers who say stupid shit like this. And this is the one thing you got to realize. The greatest enemy of the Negro is the Negro. You give motherfuckers what they need and what they want, and this is what you get. Another ignorant dumbass. Of course I know it's you, Gabe. Nobody else is stupid enough, bored enough, dumb enough to go come on my so-called lonely channel to make another account to do what? To try to troll me. That tells me how sad your life truly is. Maybe if you spent all this time, and I mean all this time to focus on your family, maybe your wife wouldn't have a boyfriend. Maybe your parents would actually respect you. Hopefully, and I pray to God for you, hopefully, Your kids don't look down upon you. Gabe, 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 sweetheart, sugar plum, sit down for a minute. Let's sit down for this one. Let's sit down. Let's sit down real quick, right? I want the audience to hear this. At one time, did I mention Gabe A? At one time, did I mention him? Did I think about him? Did I even want to see him? No. No. See what I mean about people coming over here? I don't go over there. Why, Gabe? Why? This is that social awkward little from the mud hut shit that we get. This is the reason why you got beat up in college and high school. This is the reason why your wife says, I need the pool boy to come and rearrange my guts every so often. And you're in the closet wearing your favorite superhero shirt, beating your dick to it with a pair of tweezers. This is the reason why. I fear you. Why on God's green earth would I fear the most insignificant, miscellaneous, minuscule ant God has ever pissed out his holy loins? You're just the same lame from middle school, high school, and college. Nobody wants to be around you. Nobody likes you. And the only motherfuckers that are around you are forced to do so. That's called your children and your arranged marriage wife. Because we know goddamn well you couldn't pick a woman if you were in a Victoria's Secret fucking catalog. And see what I mean? It's this sick, weird ass obsession with people. These fucking weirdos. These fucking weirdos. If you're doing so great, start a stream elsewhere. Nobody's looking for you, man. You're just a fucking weirdo. You went over to another man's channel to try to fuck with me. And you got blocked there. Take the fucking hint. Nobody likes you. You don't even like yourself. What you need to do is go get those fucking ugly ass veneers shaved the fuck down. Go take care of them screaming ass babies that you always have in the background on anybody's panel. Have you ever noticed that you're not allowed on anybody's panel anymore? You socially awkward twit. This is sad. This is starting to be mental illness or harassment. You're harassing me. I fear you. Your toothbrush fears you. Your bar of soap fears you. Your wife fears you. Not because it's some domestic violence. It's because she's really in a lesbian relationship by force. Because we all know who has the majority stock in testosterone in that household. Obviously, Exhibit A. Why would I want you here? I'm not gaining shit. Let me see something. Beep. Now you're blocked again. See? Go get your other channel. Nobody's worried about you. Go take care of your family, man. Remember when we were playing Street Fighter 2 and you win with with guile, go home and be a family man. But you're a failure at that as well. Well, see, the problem is with Gabe A is that he's always got to be the bottom in the relationship. And his wife always has to peg him to show him who's boss. Because you can see that this is some weird homoerotic obsession that he has. I'm not into that. I respect your shit, but I'm not into that. This here trolling shit that he does is where he thinks he gets to be the man. Because I'm going to tell you what it is and what it ain't. If this was the pool hall, the barber shop, the cigar lounge, and the shit that he's doing, he would have got the municipal shit slapped out of him. Men like him are not even worth the palm of your hand touching his face. You got to give him the backhand. You got to treat him like the wayward bitch that he truly is. You got to slap him like he about $40, $50 short from your money you told him to go make on the street. You got to slap him and turn the rings around because you don't want no torn flesh on your nice sapphire or emerald rings. And that's the sad part, right? See, I'm so glad he was there because he gave so much validity to every goddamn thing I said in the past hour. Everything. You got such a successful tech channel? Well, whoop-de-doo. Why you here? You could call my channel the graveyard of the manosphere, but I could call your real life the graveyard of your sex life, the graveyard of your parenting, and the graveyard of your marriage. And guess what? I could tell your wife is looking and she's counting down the days when she's getting them divorce papers and leaving your cornball ass. And the sad part is, I'm not going to feel sorry for you because you deserve every ounce of disrespect that woman can literally think of. By the way, I date women that Gabe A can't even get the pair of tweezers to get him up and masturbate about. I pray that your kids do not have the lameness of you. Shame. Beautiful thing about a block button, it doesn't run out of ammo. And this is what I'm talking about. This manosphere shit is letting a lot of weirdos in it. You letting a lot of these Toll House cookie soft motherfuckers who can't even pick up a goddamn broom, you know, not even, and I mean, less not a weight. You're so smart. Okay. Why are you in an area where nobody likes you? You have nothing to show for yourself. That's what men do when they don't run their house, when they're not respected by their children or wife. That's the type of shit. Somebody need to make a fucking meme of Colonel Gal telling Gabe, hey, go home and be a family man. You're the only motherfucker who will have crying children in the background still trying to be on a panel. Nigga, go handle your responsibilities. You fucking lame. I'm afraid. I fear. Let me put that back up for a second. Let's all have a laugh because I'm gonna really laugh at this, right? Let's look at this for a minute. Look at this. Look at this shit. I fear you. Okay. Let, ah, what's up, Sir Him? What's up, Andre? What's up, Namer? I fear you, right? So you can do something that fucking insurgents in Iraq and the criminal lot in Baltimore couldn't do to me. I fear you. You should be a fucking comedian. I wish Def Jam was still rocking and rolling right now. You should be on that motherfucker. I fear you. I, I fear you. See, this is the reason why in the olden days, cowards need not speak to men of war. Cowards need not speak to men of bravery. If something happened, God forbid, of encounter with you and your wife, you probably be hiding behind her skirt. I fear you. Why would I fear an idiot? A lame. And you're not even a good lame at that. I literally walked the path where angels wouldn't even tread. You get that, boss? See, we are too far removed from the cigar lounge, the barbershop, the park, the bowling alley, the pool hall. We are so removed from where places where men and men alone, congregate, had fellowship, and whatever needed to be said was said. And you had to stand on that motherfucker. See, there's too many of you motherfuckers who haven't had the shit slapped out of you yet for just disrespecting the wrong motherfucker. There's a lot of you motherfuckers who live only because somebody will it so. You're right, Andre. You probably never been punched in the face, but knowing him, he's probably been punched in the face so much he just likes it. It probably gives him some weird fetish. The way he speaks and the way he talks, he gives a lot of those sexual deviancy vibes. Because he gets off on this shit a little bit too much. And that's the hard part about this. Those are the people who will try to report my channel, but yet Sin-G can run her mouth talking about aborting black babies, black male babies. And these hobos will do absolutely and say absolutely nothing. These hobos will go around trolling people, but you won't troll the motherfuckers who are the enemy of the state. Do you troll them white boys who call a bunch of us niggas? No, you're a coward. Matter of fact, there are some people who real bitch made when a white boy come up on their panel. Like that hasn't happened before. Let's keep talking about this shit. Let's keep talking about this shit. See, this is the reason why black men fail constantly. It's not even about being inadequate. Because some idiots don't want to be powerful beyond belief. Especially, this motherfucker's a tether. This tether motherfucker has the fucking audacity to tell a black man what to do. And guess what? Not every non FDA foundational black American, excuse me. Not every non foundational black American is a fucking tether. Because the spirit of Marcus Garvey has been lost. Once you come over here criticizing black men, for what? For what? I get called an ass kisser by somebody I used to have a great amount of respect for, only because I was asked my opinion. Y'all Negroes don't understand warfare as much as you think you do. You will tear down the next black man very easily and align yourself with a bunch of fucking selfish pricks. Now, actually, Ray Hama, his hairline goes to the back of his ass. That ain't the only thing that goes inside of his ass, by the way. I'll leave that for your imagination. But, you know, honestly, guys like Marcus Garvey would have spit on some of you motherfuckers. To come over here and talk about the American black. when the American black fought for your freedom, fought for your countries, but you stay silent when he's being oppressed, when he and she was being oppressed. When World War II, those black Americans say, hey, let's go over there and fight for our people. When do you hear Africans saying, let's go fight for our people over here? I'm going to say this to a lot of you fucking tethers too, by the way. There's a reason why Pan-Africanism started in America and not in your country. Oops. Oops. But you think a nigga feared you. I don't even know you to fear you. What consequence are you to me? I'm going to be afraid of a motherfucker who's not even classy enough to get off a panel and tend to his children. You disgust me. I don't fear you. Shit like that because I'm a quality father makes me want to beat you the fuck up. I mean some old school playground in the grass beat you the fuck up. Because I don't like it when a person doesn't do their due diligence to their children. Fucking twit. You're right, Bay. I've said this for years. Black men, you have no fucking allies. You have absolutely no fucking allies. The only time people want to fucking team up with you if it's beneficial for them mostly. We can't even have cooperative relationships. They're always symbiotic. And it's shameful. It's fucking shameful. That right there was the perfect example of why black men always take a back seat. The link's in the chat. Hit the Cash App. It gets damn shameful. People want to say, I'm kissing ass because I give an educated opinion. Has nothing to do. What it has to do with this one, Mr. Sirham. I'm getting tired of people mentioning my name because they want to take a shot at BGS. Jay Sean, a dude who I have respect for, talking about I'm kissing ass. And I said first, and I'm like this. You trying to vaguely, which is not vague at all. If I give my opinion, you could have came up here. The link's here. Link's here. The link's here. Here's the whole thing. I don't bother people for who they voted for. You're not really supposed to tell people who you vote for anyway, because we used to have common courtesy of that.
Common
courtesy.
But yet, if I agree with Hegseth, if I agree with his speech, I agree with his speech. Just leave it the fuck alone. But yet, if you notice something about Gabe A, I fear him, but you always trying to see me. I fear you. Okay, whatever. And you fear deodorant, my nigga.
That ain't
That
all.
ain't all.
You fear common sense. What's up, babe?
Hey, it's a nigga in a purple suit.
Oh yeah, you gotta love the superhero suit. Black and purple, black and purple, black and. Shout out to. I mean, what's fundamentally fucked about situations like that? Not only did you insult me, but you insulted Lewis, who helped out with that show, and you're trying to make it look like I never took my oath to protect the Constitution from enemies, foreign and domestic. Seriously, and I like to say this,
Wait, you never took that oath? Who the hell told this lie?
and I like to say this: what makes his oath better than mine? Last time I checked, we got the same goddamn Constitution that says I can make a goddamn choice of where I align politically. But people don't want to hear the ideas of a man of intellect, whether if you agree with them or not.
And why is that, sir? I know you've explained it a few times, but I think he needs to hear it again.
Because black people hate intellectualism.
Ain't that the truth?
Because black people really hate that shit. It's the bane of their existence. You're the majority stockholders of people who gets upset when somebody tells you you're wrong. And while you're doing wrong, they could literally pull you to the side and say, "Hey, brother, pull your pants up. That's not proper." Man, why the fuck you tell me pull my pants up? Ugh. Hey, sister, you gotta calm down. That's not ladylike. By the way, Loss, he doesn't use lotion. He uses motor oil. His chapped lips look like cracked sidewalks. His dick looked like one of those shortcut wires you put next to a fucking VCR back in the day. See, I listen. I tell everybody, look, if you got a problem with BGS or whoever, go to their channel. Don't mention me. Y'all mentioning me for what?
Hey, happy holidays, y'all.
What's up, man? Happy the holidays.
Happy holidays, Feliz Navidad. You know,
Well, I 420 and gin. 420 and gin. Salute.
beans and disease to you too. Ugh. I just get it to the point where you got like guys like literally Jay Sean gonna it's a cop who was in the military in a certain space kissing BGS's ass. I'm like, you're saying that's an MOT shit for what? For fucking what?
Hey, and to keep it real, I try to give, Gabe A the benefit of the doubt, you know what I mean, and try to give a brother a chance, you know what I mean? So, um, but aside from that, like, from the few times, you know what I mean, hell, where I, salute him and shit, I'm seeing him getting back and forth with not only you, BGS, definitely notoriously for Mr. Fantastic. You know what I mean? And boy,
He's special
like
needs, really special needs.
I'm like, man, and that nigga Soul Provider too. He's from his camp too. Damn it, hell, they from the same damn team. You know what I mean? And they hate the manosphere. They hate everything that we stand for, type of shit. And these are the same. And these are the same pet spellbound motherfuckers that are over on these females channels donating and giving them praise.
That's what you get from a simp culture. This is the biggest problem, man. Is that if you ask what they've done for their people, I ain't doing shit for nobody. Then why are you on shows who are looking to improve for their people?
Do you not understand my
I
headache?
hear you.
Oh,
Do
go
you
ahead.
not understand my headaches?
Oh yeah, go ahead, talk with
Do
it.
you not understand my fucking headaches?
My nigga said, "Do you not understand my headache?"
Oh, I probably understand them more than anything.
When you spend 10 years of your life trying to help break the psychological chains of slavery. I mean, we're talking about people going to jail over them goofy ass correctional status paperwork before it was called that. We talking about people going to jail over them those Federal Reserve notes where you could write off your house debt. You know, all of the scams that at the time we didn't know were scams. And then having again the FBI jump out of you on the bushes, not shortly but after you had the sheriff's department jump out of you on your bushes.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, what the fuck? We found out child support was a scam.
I mean that I wish that was the issue. I wish that was because that was an issue, but that got paid off. But I mean, I wish that was the biggest problem. That's nothing. You're talking about people who are trying to take you out, destroy you, cripple you. You understand? Because your network was so big, the movement was so big that it was practically almost intercontinental, but it was definitely amongst the United States. I mean, there's a reason why Florida classifies sovereign citizens as domestic terrorists. There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Because you have people who are so fanatical, they truly believe in this shit to the point where they're pulling out guns on cops and everything. That whole thing with Corin Gaines, the reason why that cop let her go, because it was just easier to just write her a ticket and let the court deal with it. This chick was going ape shit crazy. Y'all remember that video?
Oh yeah, because that was Baltimore County.
Yeah, she was going ape shit crazy. Because what it is, you get. Let me explain it. How after everything is said and done, and now here we are, almost 25 years later, looking back, and I'm looking back on it. Is that the issue was that so many of us we were so improperly educated that we think that the Republicans were the Confederacy. We think the Republicans were the racists and the Democrats were our friends. The Democrats, who were the Dixiecrats, were the Confederacy, who were the majority slave masters. They're the ones that were fighting. They've always fought against your best interests while smiling in your face and telling you that it's good for you. Like currently, they're trying to tell you that socialism is good for you. Mm-hmm. And trying to get people to understand that no. That's why this is the best country in the world. No. Get off that plantation. You're still on that Confederate plan. I'm not saying you got to jump to the Republicans. Be an independent. Lewis, who did you vote for? Hello? You're sitting there. He at work, though. But
he voted for the Green Party.
He voted for the Green Party.
I voted Jill Stein.
I voted Jill Stein.
Reparations.
Yeah. If you go, I mean, fuck it. If as much as Negroes, pro-black Negroes want to run that shit down everybody's fucking throat every 4 years, and then you have a political candidate who sat up there not only on the Breakfast Chumps and on Jason Black's podcast, you know, and I mean, he didn't even have no pushback. If y'all noticed, Jason had no pushback when he was talking to Jill Stein. He was like, wow, he was impressed. You know, and I'm only saying that because I know, you know, he's a lot of people's internet daddy. You know, I'm not slamming him. It's just that, you know, some of y'all get fanatical with y'all followings to the point where it's like ridiculous. You don't even think for yourselves. But yet, you know, 92 and 77% still voted for. You think I'm gonna do something just for black people? No. The fuck out of here. Fuck you niggers. You're not special. Why y'all sat up here for months trying to make her an honorary black woman? And then to sit up here and have Charles make this video right here that he's doing. I understand his pain. When I was doing Embrace Villainy, I had to cut back on the show because I was getting headaches just because it seemed like every night I was going through the sad state of our people. The sad state of our people, which we're now seeing motherfuckers pay for. You think Jasmine Crockett is a black hero, a good black politician? You should be executed for stupidity like that. That woman is an embarrassment. Who the fuck do you see speak like that? Talking about some viable candidate. You sitting up here trying to bust your ass for Somalians? Niggas, you dumb as you stupid. You literally out here fighting for illegals. You literally out here fighting for Islamists who would, if they, the second they get in power, they would enslave your nigger ass. And I don't say that from my point of view. That's how they think of you. Ask the Libyans. The second Gaddafi was confirmed killed, what did they do to Libya? Charles? What did they do?
They disenfranchised it and made it a fucking no man's state.
Yeah, they went in there raping and pillaging and enslaving immediately. And nobody corrected that situation, by the way.
And by the way, look at that oil being distributed all around fucking Europe. And by the way, you know who set that whole thing up too, by the way?
Obama.
Thank you. But he's the man of peace, even though he put more people in the grave than you think.
I come back down here to Atlanta after a 20-year hiatus, and I see men laying with men. I mean, you talk about living in literal Sodom and Gomorrah. After the way we acted. And now I gotta sit up here and deal with Negroes online that y'all. I'm gonna say this. This is
my nigga hilarious. Keep cooking.
This is where my goat really gets got. How the fuck you sit up here and talk about black women all fucking day, but you think and act just like them bitches?
What did I say? What did I say? You
go ahead.
The gender war is such a failure. You motherfuckers are turning on each other. After you won the war. Go ahead, babe. I'm sorry. Keep going.
You think and talk and act just like these raggedy bitches that you talk about all the time. It should never be a fucking argument. When I talk about black male improvement, are you fucking dumb or are you stupid? This is an argument? Why is it an argument?
Did I just step into man mode territory?
You stepped into grown man territory. Because I'm tired. I'm so fucking tired. I swear to God, I almost make myself a recluse. Just prime example. This goofy nigga that got caught in Brazil with the puppets and the child porn. Okay, the little passport bro that put all this fucking business out there on the internet. Look at the comment sections of people who made videos about that dude. Niggas is telling on themselves. Niggas is telling on themselves. Just look in the comment section. Look in the comment section, no matter where it is, be it Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, wherever. Look at the comments.
You know what fucks me up, man? Guys like myself, Lewis, Ray, and others helped a lot of people out, behind scenes and on scenes. Motherfuckers say I'm kissing ass because BGS asked me what I thought because of my military experience, my law enforcement experience of HECSEPs. When he gave me a good idea, I'll make a show about it.
Dude, I used to, when I had the Embrace Family channel, I used to always ask you about the laws, because one of the things we were fucking with was the Safe Street shit in Baltimore. Who knows anything more about safe streets in Baltimore than a fucking 25-year Baltimore cop?
And then, but I tell you, it was a joke. It was embezzling money for criminals. Legal embezzlement for criminals. Ain't do a goddamn thing but make the streets worse.
They still ain't caught all them dudes from the Brooklyn Day shooting.
I think that was one of the most shameful fucking things. And I love the department, but I gotta speak ill of the department. You got rid of some of the best cops who would have sold that, but you left a bunch of fucking pissy ass morons who couldn't catch a fucking cold in fucking the Arctic. You promote idiots so you don't worry about your positions being taken.
What happened? I'm sorry, let me get this out. What happened was actually the Brooklyn, Baltimore last year, that whole Safe Streets program was pretty much the precursor to what we actually found out to be true. Was that, and I've said this 1,000 times in my program, $5 million, because the Safe Streets is an NGO, non-government program, non-government organization, where they hire criminals to run. $5 million comes in the front door, 4.5 go out the back, $250,000 goes to the head or the organization. Remember, what's her name? Shantae Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
How much was she making annually?
Oh, what, two something?
$250,000, and the rest goes to administrative costs. That's rent, light, gas, telephone, wherever the buildings are. That is, if the buildings weren't under city control.
Mm-hmm.
Those kids, you had a bunch of kids shoot up a block party, an annual block party, the Brooklyn Day party.
Mm-hmm.
It's an annual block party out there in Baltimore. They shot it up.
Baltimore.
Yeah, they shot it up.
No security. To give you context, no police presence. The police weren't told about it. No security hired. Because, once again, when you do security, what am I certified? Corporate security management. Meaning, what is the threat level of something happening? So guess what? Do you think that fucking party would have been shot up if you see me and about 5 to 7 guys, and 3 of us are walking around with fucking rifles on our chest?
They'd have been scared.
You basically
got shot.
You basically mastered the art of crowd control when it comes to security.
It's called the art of, the greatest martial art is what? Never to have your techniques in the first place. If you look the part, you don't get fucked with.
Yep. I don't know if It Man was the only one that said that, but that's the only one I heard it from.
That's the greatest martial art ever. And when you had that shooting, what was it, about 10 people shot? You remember that one, ABM in South Baltimore?
16 people were shot.
Yeah, I definitely remember it.
16 people shot. Active. That was a mass shooting, by the way. Let's call it what it is. A
5
mass
shooters. Go ahead.
5 children, 16 people shot, a female dead. You, they could have hired my company. I'd have walked with that fucking 300 blackout. I'd have took a stool, had a cigar, and sat right there at one of the edges, and had another guy with a fucking folded with a folding AR on each side.
The fucked up part about it was that a few of the people, I think 3 of them are still on the run, quote unquote, on the run. But if you ask me, they were being protected by Safe Streets because they were the ones that was there supposedly working security. That's why they didn't have the police there. They had Safe Streets working the security, but it was Safe Streets that shot up the fucking place.
You know, ABM been here for a minute. Ray been here for a minute. AB been here. Of course, Bay been here.
Woo! I've been in this damn movement for 9.5 years, son.
And you know, the shit that really pisses me off is that when you think you respect a motherfucker and a motherfucker respect you, if anybody, how open do I have this shit for anybody to disagree with me?
It's always open.
Yeah. You always open, and that's one of the things, big brother, I respect about you, Chief, is that you ain't like a lot of them other cats and shit, and where they show their feelings on their sleeve like a motherfucker. Like soon as a motherfucker say the thing that they slightly disagree with, I'm like, oh, put him in timeout. I'm like, come on, man. I'm like, what the hell? So, brother can't express his opinion in the chat box? Come on, man. In the live chat? Stop it. Sit your ass down, son.
Charles.
Yep.
I didn't know Lay May had a whole damn channel, and he's sitting over here worried about you.
But I fear him.
Does he make any content?
Yeah, he has like 20,000 subscribers, and he's still worried about us.
But what is this content about?
Puppets.
Cybersecurity.
Sock puppets.
Like the boy in Brazil with the sock puppets for the little girls?
Meaning that nigga can hack into shit.
Here's my.
Oh my God, man.
Here's my. There's something that gotta be wrong with you. If you got 20,000 subscribers, what are you worried about my 6,000 subscriber ass for? For what?
What are you worried about my 2,000 subscriber ass for? 2,000, well, almost 2.8 thousand.
You're not. And when I tried to do a simulcast with you to help a lot of young black men out, I couldn't. And do you know the reason why I couldn't do the simulcast with him? My grandfather passed. Do you think it's more important to deal with laying to rest my grandfather or dealing with a fucking show?
I remember that.
And this is the reason why the internet makes tough men out of cowards.
Yep.
Because the way I was feeling about my grandfather, we were very close. You're liable to get the DNA slapped out of you.
I tell you, he just want to kiss the tip just one time.
Oh gosh.
He just want to see how far he can get it. He want to see how far he can get it down the throat just one time. Just one time, Charles. He begging you. Just let him do it one time. That's all.
Yo, there was ever a time for a pause.
Why the fuck else would he be worried about what the fuck this man is talking about?
I mean, won't he just go to a boxing match then and be like on some Mr. Fantastic shit? Because Mr. Fantastic, he's open to boxing shit. So, you know, I mean, it'll be, you know, they'll have it, you know, the video posted and shit. But, you know, yeah, motherfucker. Holler at DJ Hemp and set it up, Gay Babe. Gay Babe versus the Faulkner.
Wait, look at the nickname y'all give him. He want to kiss the tip. He want to see how far he can take it.
Yeah, I'll make it fair for him, right? I'll make it fair for him. We can do MMA. I'll give you 3 months to train. I'll give you 3 months.
Well, I think his he got a boxing ring set up and shit. So
You gonna give 3 months to trade? He gonna be at Walmart buying kielbasis and shit. You're the best. You're the
Let's do one factor, right? Let's old school, anything goes rules, tape fists, whatever. You can have your dude pat me down for weapons. I'll have somebody pat you down. But guess what? I don't slap bitches.
He gonna be on his knees like Jake Paul. You gonna be ready to punch. He all of a sudden got wrapped around your knees. What the fuck you doing, bro?
and again, brother Bay, man, damn it, man, here you go spitting something that was already in my mind, where at the tip of my tongue, where I was about to spit. Yes. So, what did y'all niggas think about that fight? I haven't heard y'all commentary about that shit. Because nigga, if it would have went the other way around, I would have gave up on boxing. I would have, yeah.
He beat the shit out of Jake.
Hold on, wait. Straight up though. Jake Paul, you got knocked the fuck out.
I'm gonna just say this. He just gave the people their money's worth because he could have ended it anytime he wanted.
Yep.
He broke his jaw in 2 different places. And I'll say this. I'm gonna say this directly about the Jay Sean thing. I had a lot of respect for Jay Sean, you know. But you saying off of some political shit that me and Lewis teamed up on, that I'm kissing BGS's look. I'm not afraid to disagree with anybody. There's times me and Bay don't agree, me and Lewis don't agree, me and Ray don't agree, me and ABM don't agree, me and Namer don't agree, me and Sando don't agree. Here's my shit. Real men have a square they stand on at some point in their goddamn ill-gotten life.
Yep.
And you stand on yours, just like each and every one of us stands on our squares, and we're not afraid to hash it out and break down our differences. The fact that we have differences, it shows who we are as men.
But this is the shit that gets me, right?
Why would Jay Sean say some shit like that? First of all, man,
it's always
that's our boy.
And that's odd because it's always somebody from that group of the island of misfits.
Misfits, yep.
Like, dude, I'm not afraid to give anybody a fucking link. You could have hit me up. Well, you got my social media. You could have hit me up if you didn't agree. Yeah, I agree. Guess what? Did you agree? Well, fuck. What's his name? Austin giving transgender surgeries. People joined the military to get free transgender surgeries off your tax dollar, by the way. I'm against that. Guess what? When I was in, it was don't ask, don't tell. But like what me was set off, they you're 6.
You broke up, Charles. I don't know if that was just me, but you broke up a little bit.
People that you knew behind the scenes were gay, but they would have your back. They could get down with the best of them when it came to a fight, a firefight. They knew their jobs. They were tactically proficient. They were in the best pristine shape. I don't give a fuck who they go see in their bedroom or their spare time. That's their business. Just like my sex life is my business. But this fucking general was the fucking usher to this shit. And you wonder why, for fucking all this time, the American fucking military was looking like a goddamn joke to the world. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Now, I'm about to say something. I wonder if you agree with me. I seriously thought one of Donald Trump's worst mistakes was in his first term, he ran James Mattis out as Secretary of Defense.
I like James Mattis. I think that might have been. I think it's a little bit of him, and also the fact that he was listening to the wrong people. Notice he played it a lot different this go around. There were too many yes men, and he actually had people who disagree with him. Did you notice that Trump actually had people in his cabinet that disagree with him?
Yep.
Yeah,
Hegseth,
Tulsi Gabbard, and Robert Kennedy. They disagree with Trump on a lot of stuff, philosophically.
you know,
But they come from a Democratic circle, so yeah.
Hegseth even disagreed with him.
If they came from a Democratic circle, then why did they not stay in that Democratic circle?
Because they saw what the party became. The party became
too radical.
it became a criminal organization. They wasn't putting up that shit.
If you notice this, right? Everybody knows that Kennedy is a health nut. He's in incredible shape for a guy his age. Why did it take a guy who was talking about this shit since he's been a senator, but it took a Republican president for him to get this shit done to make America healthy again?
Because it was about the money.
Well, speaking of that, how will he get the job done in this short of time?
Getting it done.
Getting it done.
Yeah, you see what they doing with the food stamps, where you can't buy junk food and sodas and whatnot.
I mean, not really just that. More importantly than that, we're removing the damn negative chemicals and this shit. That in which that they don't have it. They don't have the same shit overseas.
He's done that too.
They're doing that.
Done that too. Yeah. Also, the drug prices. They're killing. Trump got them because of your boy. He's making the drug companies charge us the same drug prices that they charge everybody across the board. This is why I do my show. I do the politics. It's funny. I'm steady growing every week, but I mean, I get the average views. You get 1,000 subscribers. You're gonna probably get about 20% of those people, maybe 30 that's gonna watch your videos. You know what I'm saying?
Well, brother, if I may say, bro, you deserve more. You deserve way more than what you have.
Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But my thing is,
go ahead, babe. I'm gonna go after you.
Yeah, let me get my thing.
You that goes for you and Charles. Okay.
Right. I mean, there are other black men on YouTube who are not a part of the quote unquote the manosphere shit that talk about this stuff. You know, I'll start sharing their videos more in my community tabs so that way y'all can be familiar with them. But the whole thing about it is not only that you've got the changes that they made to SNAP as far as the foods you can purchase, the chemicals that they now put in these foods, especially the junk foods and everything, breakfast cereal, all that stuff. And then you've got the drug prices going down. And now what they're currently trying to do, they're trying to totally obliterate the ACA, American Care Act, because it's a fucking Ponzi scheme for the drug companies. So once they come up with a new plan for that, and they're trying to get it done before they have to pass the new budget, so that way you can avoid the Democrats trying to hold people hostage again. They're trying to get that shit done. You can attribute a lot of that to Robert F. Kennedy, RFK Jr., his input to Trump.
Yeah, you got to think about this, and this is what I'm gonna say directly. So, Jay Sean, you're a former service member and you work for the thing. Out of love and respect, my brother, number one, don't ever say I'm kissing another man's ass, which I vehemently disagree with. You know, with that notion. You could have came up here anytime and hit the link. Why didn't you? Nobody else would be on the panel but you and I. You and me.
And hey, I came up here and I'm bold, and I'm bold, damn it, to tell Charles I disagree with him when it comes to Superman. And I'll wait till he's done talking about this Gabe shit though to get on that.
And this is the thing about that, Jay Sean. You go to MOT, a guy who constantly state that he would not help young black men. But yet, if I chose to say I have no problem with Hegseth said about getting the military back to a fucking fighting force standard, no more fat fucking leadership, How the fuck can you penalize me for a PT test if you got trouble walking across the street? So yes, does that mean I agree? I can agree with one statement or a speech a motherfucker make. Does not mean I agree with every goddamn. See, this is the part of that feminine fucking ideology y'all do. You go around like a bunch of goddamn buzzards circling the bodies, seeing what fucking rotten flesh you could pick. Instead of going and air your grievances out like fucking men, you act like a trifling bitches and bitch about other people bringing other people involved with fucking discussions and beefs that nobody else has to be involved with. Instead of saying, Charles, I disagree with you because of this, and I said, why? This is why I agree with it. Because I don't think you need to worry about somebody's goddamn sexuality in any paramilitary space or perimeter. If anything, all that shit, we're getting the worst of people instead of the best possible candidates to represent and protect America. Am I making sense, folks?
Yes, you
Yeah.
are. Hey, Charles.
Well, yeah. Go ahead.
What is my saying I always say? I say because I may disagree with you, doesn't mean I'm your enemy.
Exactly.
Right.
Here's the point that I always tell people. I have this superpower, you know? It's the ability to disagree with somebody and still be their friend. You know, that lost art? See, that's man shit. To sit down and debate you. See, that's old school Coliseum shit. That's the reason why you didn't see guys like MOT there. You saw what happened when Mary Brown brought his funky ass over there. He had to go get that old bitch Cynthia G, who got embarrassed with one question because Mary had to go back and go sniffing up mommy's ass. You had ABL who got embarrassed. He better pray to God nobody gets a hold of that fucking live stream. And he had to strictly go to the white crowd. So you're telling me there's people who've been fundamentally torn apart, verbally assassinated.
Amazing Lucas tried to come over here and got punked.
The amazing doofus got sent back to his bitch ass shit with his ass between his legs, castrated.
Yep.
And fronting like he won. And
And he
Man,
got
that response stream was more. I was more offended by the response stream than I was him come to the space, because that was so fucking lame.
And I told
come on, you know why he came. He came there for nefarious reasons. He didn't want to have a debate. He was there just to start shit. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Tell the real reason why he came. Because he's truly representative. I have no place to go. He's the spoiled little brat who's black, but he never really hung around black folks. And guess what? You thought that you can hang with us commoners in your eyes, but you got your ass handed to you. What we have to say the most is you were upset with Brandon Tatum, and what's the chick name? The one who beefing with Charlie Kirk's people.
Candace Owens.
Candace Owens and fucking Brandon Tatum kicked you out of Blexit.
Yep, they did.
You see, they told her to shut the fuck up and sit her ass down.
Mm-hmm. After she told Jewish boy, fuck you.
Yeah.
She told him straight up, fuck you.
Oh, by the way, here, I'm going to put this in the back chat. I think for those of you who are military guys, y'all going to like this.
Mm-hmm. And I'm getting sick and tired of people bringing up my fucking name. Because I'm gonna fucking tell the next motherfucker.
Oh wait, hold on. I gave y'all the wrong name.
I'm gonna make sure the next motherfucker bring me up.
Who bring you up, bro? Manmo, who brought you up?
This I told you, Jay Sean, when he tried to say, I'm not mentioning names, but a police officer who's a military vet kissing BGS's ass, the fake master teacher. He doesn't call himself the master teacher. It's the name people gave him.
Mm-hmm.
See, a lot of people get mad about certain shit. You either agree or you don't agree. Go on with your fucking lives.
Yep.
That's the reason why black men lose. Because you act like a bunch of bitches when it's time to fucking take action.
Well,
I think they're mad. I think the core of it is this, and this may be the trump card and bring the hammer on it. I think they're mad and jealous and covet of the fact that they cannot come with anything stronger, no points that are stronger than what we've been coming with.
You're going over to a channel like MOT, the guy who says he's the president of the Black Manosphere. Nigga, the Black Manosphere is basically it's a federation among federations. It's like it's like ancient fucking Japan. It's just all spread the fuck out. That's the reason why it's actually more successful that way. You can't assassinate a leader, a movement that has no leader, can you?
Hell Hydra.
Hell Hydra.
Cut
You
off
cut
the
off
head, nine more take his place.
Hell Hydra. And see, this is the problem. I'm going to give you some military strategy that fucked a lot of people up. We're going to go to the Bible for a minute. What was the book before Kings?
Say what?
What in ancient Israel, before they had kings, who ruled the land?
You mean noblemen?
No, the land.
No.
Judges.
Judges. Because Israel.
We're going to the first book of Samuel.
So, instead of you had these judges
Mm-hmm.
who were doing damn good jobs, but because you looking at all the other nations, we need a king. Samuel's like, you do know.
Do you know what you're asking for?
You do know our people got out of bondage from that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember, there were how many tribes of Israel?
Oh, wait.
12.
A connected federation.
Mm-hmm.
They still had tribal leaders, connected federations,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Which really works seamlessly, right? What happens when you put a king of United Israel and Judah?
Now power becomes under one man.
Say that again.
Power now is consolidated in one man. And there's no guarantee, especially in the case of an absolute monarchy, that you will have a benevolent king. Sometimes you could end up getting a tyrant or an incompetent leader.
Let me ask you this question.
Hence us being a constitutional republic.
Mm-hmm. And let me ask you this question. Was the king of ancient Israel and Judah, because that's the official name, because that's when it was united.
Mm-hmm.
Was that an absolute monarchy?
He was. But even an absolute monarchy needs to have counsel.
And what does an absolute monarchy mean, folks?
Absolute power.
Absolute power in the hands of one man. Dude, I grew up I was born and raised under an absolute monarchy.
And that's in Saudi.
Uh-huh.
You had kings. Their cabinet was made up of the clergy because of standards of morality to keep the king in check.
Yep, that's where you get the term divine right of kings, which literally means I literally have the right to rule because God gave me the right to do so. That in layman's terms. And the only person who could take away my right to rule is God himself. And guess who took away Saul's right to rule? God himself.
God. Yahweh
So,
took it from him, and then it was up to Samuel to anoint the new king.
which God has a sense of humor. Remember, first lesson, folks, God has what?
A sense of humor.
How do you know God has a sense of humor?
Look around.
God,
Look,
God has exactly. God had the sense of humor to say, you know what? I'm gonna anoint the next king. Not
Well,
only not only is he gonna be a shepherd boy, he's gonna be the runt of the litter of his own family.
yep.
Not not only that, your daughter's gonna fall madly in love with him. Not only that, your sons
Michal
are gonna love
was
him
her name.
for you. Huh?
Hmm. Her name
Your
was
sons
Michal,
are gonna
the daughter who married Saul's daughter who
Michal.
married David.
Yeah, Michal. It's spelled like Michael.
Michal, yeah.
Not only that, your son will respect him more than you.
Hmm.
Not only that, you're gonna go mad and damn near walk on all fours and be delirious. Not only that, he's gonna embarrass the fuck out of you by defeating a foe that you feared. And by the way, do you know what Saul's record was in warfare?
He was undefeated up until a point.
He was undefeated. He never lost a battle. That's a pretty good God, right?
Oh, that's a just God right there.
He went out there
Except the
on
last one against the Philistines, and then he took his own life.
And then you got to think about it, right? Not only that, he kills a 9 foot man with his own with a fucking rock. And this shepherd
A
boy
slingshot.
had the balls the size of goddamn Buddha. Had the balls of Judah and Israel combined, and was so ballsy. He said the only reason I'm taking 5 stones is because he did a whole Denzel. Well, I'm gonna put stones on all you motherfuckers. Cause I said after I'm done with Goliath, I'm coming for your 4 brothers. Not only that, he gets into a cave, sneaks behind you, cut a piece of your robe off, just to show you I could have ended you if I wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, that's the plot of that stupid ass Ironheart show.
Yeah.
And you forgot he chopped his head off too. He chopped
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
Goliath's
that's
head.
true.
chop Goliath's head off with his own sword after, and here's the key part that really embarrassed the fuck out of Soul and God's sense of humor. Did you know this little shepherd boy who wasn't 18 yet, he was around what, 15 approximately. He told his older brothers, his older 11 brothers, and the entire army of Israel, you let these mongrels talk about our nation, our king, and worst of all, our God. Paraphrasing, of course. Fuck all you whores. I'll do it myself. God has what's number one lesson we learned, folks?
God has a sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
So he made the entire army of Israel, including the king, look like bumbling idiots. And literally crushed everybody in warfare. And it's funny. It's funny that when a man's given an order, either through command or from God, and if he does not carry that order out, fulfill in total fulfillment of that duty, the
Mhm.
punishment is severe. And the reason why I brought that up is because God has a sense of humor. You're saying that I'm kissing ass, but you instead of going to BGS who you have a issue with, instead of coming to my channel, you air this shit out on Darkwing Duck's channel.
Look,
The
I
number one,
don't even understand.
the number one.
I have a question.
Somebody find that link. Put it in the joint.
Wait, I have a question.
What link?
Why
To the MO.
why do y'all even entertain
Hold on.
certain sectors of YouTube?
I really don't. I just tell. That's the reason why I say keep me out of it. I don't go to your space. I don't bother you. This is the reason why I think God has a sense of humor. Because every so often, somebody will mention my name. They don't mention AB. They don't mention Art New Style. If you mention Art New Style, I will be insulted because that motherfucker's Switzerland. Not saying he's hurt, but his channel's not for that. And I'm going to tell you how sick some people are. Gabe A went to fucking Artisan MC's channel trying to troll me. And Artisan MC is the last motherfucker you want to troll. He's not for that shit. And I'm like, that's why I had that one thing where I had to talk to Gabe A and said, look, dude, you already disrespected. And I could tell you're not American black. Because you playing games that if you were in Baltimore, you would have got the shit kicked out of you. Am I wrong, ABM? There's a lot of motherfuckers who got slapped.
You got kicked out when we came to Indianapolis too.
There's a lot of
Would have got
motherfuckers.
stirred caught.
There's a lot of motherfuckers who would have got backhand slapped. You're not even worthy of the fucking open palm, my nigga.
Drug that motherfucker to a back bathroom somewhere.
Gabe would get spit on in most places.
Clean up on aisle 6.
Like I said, there's
y'all want.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people, and that's the bullshit. I'm like, dude, I don't bother anybody. I stay in my space. I go to Bay's channel when he's doing something. I go to Art New Styles. I go to AB's when he's doing a Coliseum. BGS is when he's doing something. Hell, I've been to Ray's channel when he's talking about anime. Or when he's doing something about scriptures. I'll go to Red Pill's channel. I'm very selective now of who I'm around, so you don't have to bother me. But for some odd reason, when it comes to somebody who's connected to the island of Misfit Toys, my name gets dragged in because you want to take pop shots at BGS.
The island of Misfit Toys?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
That's what I call all the people who hates Angry Man and BGS. And Angry Man and BGS, if you notice, they don't even talk to each other.
You know what? My thing is this. If you don't see me in your comment section, I don't fuck with you.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I carry it. You talking about, well, I'm not going to name names, but obviously we know what you're talking about. Because I have a political ideology, I sided and said, you know what? Well, we have a white Christian fundamentalist, white supremacist. America's been founded on Christian values since inception. America still to this day is predominantly white. America, since the inception, has been highly capitalist. What the fuck's new? Have you ever noticed that black people benefited the most from what? Christian values. There's only two types of people that benefited in America heavily to a family as a whole. the Nation of Islam and the Southern Baptist Christian. You notice how their families turned out? Their families turned out pretty well, right?
Mhm.
Can I be honest? I'm being dead honest. And it took me it took us having that story for me to understand exactly that, I mean, sure, you can be, I'm black, y'all, because I'm blackity black, because I'm black, y'all, all you fucking want to. But if you don't put money as your main priority, I mean, pretty much, if not neck and neck above your blackness, if you don't put that shit first, then you just running your fucking mouth. Because look, I know we, as much as we quote unquote don't support the small hats, but look at what they came from. And look at what they have in just what? Less than 60, 70 years?
Yeah.
We have a bigger head start than them. And because
ghettos.
Because of welfare and feminism, we're now at the very bottom of the economic ladder when we were I hate to use the word minority, but we were the majority minority in this country, even though we decided to accept to be systematically decimated starting in 1970.
Under the guise of integration.
Huh?
Hey, babe, I got one better, babe.
Oh, go ahead, Louis.
The homosexual community used our blueprint for the civil rights struggle, and look at their community, how they amass power and influence.
Think about it. I said this before. Motherfucker, you shouldn't mention another black man's name who supports fundamental values in the military if the LGBT is getting fucking transgender surgeries on your tax dollar. There are gay people who think, number one, a lot of that indoctrination shit is wrong. Fundamentally, they said being a homosexual is an adult decision. No child needs to go through it. Let them be children. Let them grow up and make a decision. Not my word.
Keyword adult decision. Adult. The keyword is adult.
But I'm supposed to support a black general under his watch. See, this is what you call being equal. I respect the fact the brother made the rank, but what I can't respect is this. You, instead of saying, you know what, I'm going to put more money into JROTC, into these inner city schools, because God knows these motherfuckers need them. Get some recruiters to fucking recruit and tutor these motherfuckers. No, but you gladly put a rainbow color in the military. There's only one time you have a rainbow ribbon, and that's the ribbon you get from when you graduate from AIT. And you're telling me it's hard fought for you to talk about black folks who contribute to the military. But shout out to Sandog because he said, my master teacher Charles Faulkner said, tell me what war did America win without me?
Not a goddamn one. Hell, I'll give you one better. I also mention one thing. Even though I'm the outsider here, who was the first man to die for the American cause?
Not just die.
I.e., first black man who was killed in the name of American independence. I'll give you a hint, folks. He was. Thank you. How'd he die?
Got shot.
Fought in the American Revolution, right?
Yep.
The Boston Massacre.
And you telling me he killed several people before he died? See, people don't tell the story correctly. Because there's a painting they had where the black man's hit. But that motherfucker was rocking and rolling with their pistol and rifle. He killed before he died. So the first motherfucker to take up arms in defense of this country was a black man. And how many schools teach that shit? Where's
None.
schools named after this great black man?
How many black men fought in the American Revolution on hoping that they gained their freedom and the
Tons.
freedom of all black people? How
Tons.
many fought for Americans for the American side in the War of 1812?
How many?
And consider how many were convinced to fight for the other side with the promise of with the promise of freedom and emancipation.
You know it's so fucked up.
Hmm.
Other countries freed blacks and gave them land and money.
Mhm.
How the fuck do you do that? How the fuck do you do that?
Well, let's see. In many of the revolutions that took place in South America, many of the people who led them were actually black. I mean, this might surprise a lot of you.
You couldn't
And
win.
they never talked about this also in the Spanish American War. The Cuban revolutionaries who were fighting for Cuban independence were mostly Afro-Cubans.
You couldn't win. You couldn't win the Spanish American War without black people.
Mm-hmm.
White people don't do great at those climates, do they?
The island Hispaniola, aka Haiti and the DR, they couldn't fight there for that matter, because in parts of Brazil, because you're thinking about malaria, dengue fever, yellow fever, dysentery.
I want you to think about that. But yet, we got a black general doing all this fuck shit. Are we so far removed from Colin Powell?
Yes,
But
yes, we are. That was a million years ago.
it's a goddamn shame.
And Colin Powell was black first, no matter what anybody said to him.
You know
The
how
fact that he stood up against his own party during the 2008 election where they smearing Obama, he said, he is not what you say he is. This is who he is. Let's stop the bullshit. But they didn't listen. So what happens? He comes out and endorses Obama.
you know how humble they said he was. This is a
Oh, very.
4-4 Secretary of State. See the
Mhm.
guy on the side of the road helped him change his tire.
Mm-hmm.
You telling me?
If I'm not,
Let's go to the black
go ahead,
community. Did the black
please.
community speak highly of this man?
No,
Nope.
he was seen as a coon because he was a Republican.
Did they also consider him a tether because he's of Jamaican descent?
Guess what?
We weren't calling people tethers back then.
No, not back
Oh,
then.
okay.
No.
Hey, I had to ask. But thank you for answering my question.
Because back then there was a lot more respect of black people.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't go criticizing black Americans. As a matter of fact, a lot of Africans would thank you for fighting for them to come here.
Mm-hmm.
What's so fucked up, and this is my community, this is our community. We demonize our heroes quicker than white folks will. Now
If
tell
you
me,
look up, sorry about that. If you look up the progression of Colin Powell's military and political career, because he held many political cabinet positions as a general, but in the White House under Reagan and other people, you will be very astonished. And you can make the argument during the time the people in power was even more racist towards people of color back then. He was the national security advisor for Ronald Reagan as a two-star
Ooh.
general. He held a civilian. He held a civilian position as a military officer.
Which is unheard of. He was that fucking respected by white folks. In other words, he held a position that he held a position that appointed officials had to answer to him. Elected officials had to answer to him.
You know who else was like that?
Who's that?
Your boy, Dr. Claude Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
Condoleezza.
Like Condoleezza Rice.
Melissa.
I remember talking to my friend, and she said, "Would you ever vote for a woman?" I said, "Sure. If Larry Hogan and Condoleezza Rice, I don't give a fuck who's president, who's vice president. They got my vote." I said, "But let me tell you why. Y'all don't fuck with Condoleezza Rice because she has an R in the back of her name."
Which is fucked up because, and I'm going to say this again, I hate how black people in America do shit nowadays. We praise niggas and we try to act like that's pro-black because you praise some rapper or some shit. But or like, okay, so Kamala Harris, we're willing to forget all about her Indian heritage, and we can just welcome her right on in as black, right?
And if she did to black people in California.
And she's not half of what Condoleezza Rice is. Yo, have you ever just Googled Condoleezza Rice?
She went to college at age 15.
Dog, Shorty is the real deal. There was a time when Condoleezza was like fifth to the presidency or something.
She was she was number 3.
Dog,
like
Condoleezza Rice is the real deal, but motherfuckers never say shit about her. Like you said, she's a Republican. Nah, you sit up here and fucking praise the shit out of Michelle Obama, who's got her own sharpness with her. But I mean, let's be real, bitch. You just the president's wife.
You just
I get it. I get it. You went to Ivy League school and you was like a lawyer or something. Or if it wasn't for your husband, you probably be running a law firm or some shit. But yo, you ain't what Condoleezza was.
No, Condoleezza special. I'm gonna tell you what it is. And here's another thing people forget to talk about Condoleezza Rice that probably gets the sore eye of a lot of black women. She had an excellent relationship with her father.
Oh no, not that.
If you listen to her interview,
she adored her father. She adored her. You know what? Let me say this because it's really important. When you ask a woman about her father, and I've done this many times, when you ask her about her father, pay attention to the way she speaks of him, the tone in her voice especially. I ain't bullshit. I've done this with my own mother when I asked her about my grandfather. I've asked this about 2 of my aunts, about my great uncles. I've asked this about people in my own family and circle family, friends and families and whatnot about their fathers. And I pay close attention to how they light up and smile when they speak about their fathers. Because that man had a profound had a profound effect on them, had a profound influence on them as children and taught them what they need to know. Because back then, fathers were raising their daughters and preparing them for the world. And let's not forget this, Charles. Condoleezza Rice is from the South. She's from Alabama, if I'm not mistaken. She grew up during segregation.
Yeah.
A father raising his daughter at one of the most turbulent times deep in the South.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
The hypocrisy of the Democrat Party. When a white Democrat reference Condoleezza Rice features as a fucking monkey, and no black Democrat came to her defense. But if
Yeah.
somebody tells somebody about a black person, you know, about their ethnic features and racial undertones, they'd be all over the news talking for cancel this person, cancel that person. But the fact that she was a Republican, which shows the hypocrisy, and the other time they were saying, well, you're a black person, not part, you know, instead of the party. They were Democrat first, then black second.
It just lets you know it's full of shit. They're just full of shit. And see, what I always say on my channel, we castrate our heroes.
You cut them down. You tear them down. People are always looking for any reason to tear their icons. Actually, I shouldn't say icons, but heroes, men men or women who are exalted in such a way, and set such a great example. You always want to tear them down instead of saying they're humans. They're not without their faults.
And she mastered the classical piano also.
And she's a football fan.
Yeah, her goal is to be commissioner. She want to be commissioner, so yeah.
Yeah. So
Commissioner of the NFL?
Thank you. Yep. She's that big of a fan. Because of who?
Her father.
And by the way, we got to segue into this because CJ Sean, I respected you as a father of a daughter, letting your daughter go international with you, but yet you couldn't show me the same respect father to father, black man to black man. See, I don't have to insult the motherfucker. I got to just take the higher step. I don't kiss anybody's ass. I show mine. But I'm going to keep it classy. See, that type of relationship, when you came on my show years ago, and you talked about the relationship between you and your daughter and her friends. But when did I become the bad guy? When did I become the bad guy? You got an Orthodox Christian here with Namer. He's not even, huh?
I said, I'm agreeing with you.
He's not even fucking American. You have Sandog who come here, who's Muslim. He lives in the United Emirates. You have a black man named Lewis Collier who's quote unquote biracial, but he's black. You have all these people. You have another fellow Baltimorean who's married with an adult son, and I think a teenage daughter with ABM, working man.
Mm-hmm.
Right, father, what? Two
Blue
daughters.
Blue collar is a motherfucker.
Blue collar than a motherfucker. You have a 25-year-old with a STEM degree, lost. This is about the most multifaceted panel you will see in this fucking space.
Mm-hmm.
I pride myself off that word. And you telling me you can't come here and talk to me about an ideology? Motherfucker, people used to have fun. I remember there were hundreds of people who would listen to me and Angry Man debate about fucking Superman versus Batman. And those debates were fun heated. Meaning nobody took it personal, but it was up there.
What about the conversations you and Dr. Cerulean had?
Yeah, and we wrote a fucking initiative together.
Cerulean scares the hell. I'm sorry. Cerulean scares the. I've said this before. Cerulean's my big brother, but in the back of my mind, I know that man scares me. I'm not afraid to talk to him, but there are times where I know I have to not be around him. It's nothing personal. It's just I understand his nature. He understands my nature, but we respect each other at least.
Yeah, and here's the fucked up part, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's times you'll hear Mella on this line, and Mella can irk everybody's soul. But do I give her
Yeah,
her place to speak?
absolutely.
Even if I don't fucking agree. See, this is manhood maturity 101. All these motherfuckers could have came here to my channel to speak. The only reason I don't give it to Gabe A is because Gabe A disrespect one of the three father figures of my life. Charles Sr., my grandfather, my wrestling coach. Once you
He
cross that,
disrespected the memory of Larry Brown.
nope, he disrespected my grandfather because he was
Oh
so.
right, yeah, Grandpa Rosie. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about Grandpa Rosie.
And you're
I
just
remember that. Oh yeah. Oh, you were still you're still pissed off about that. I know that.
so you
Why
never
you
get
were burying the man?
you will never. I couldn't even be a pallbearer because his wife asked me to stay with her because she was so in shock.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't give me a fucking week. I pray to whatever God in the sky, I pray whatever ancestors that are around, that I never meet Gabe A face to face.
He probably shit his pants if he saw you.
He probably would.
No, he
I,
probably would, but that's not what I'm. That's not what I'm worried about.
because the first action I would have, as soon as I see them overgrown beaver fucking teeth, I'm gonna knock the back of your skull out of your head with my fist.
Which is why I would be willing to stand in front of you and say, "Do not do it. It's not worth it."
And the reason
You.
why I would not sully my shit for one reason is because
Mm-hmm.
a gentleman never hits a bitch.
Sorry,
You
some
have
good shit.
you have a very multifaceted group up here that can
Mm-hmm.
agree, disagree about women, about raising children, about politics, about religion, about STEM. What did I tell you? What's the fifth thing we should talk about? Is black male economic power. You got the political ear now. Now you need your economic power. Guess what? You put enough money in a senator's hands, I bet you lost to be a lieutenant in 2 years or less. He'll be commissioned within 6 months. If black men actually went behind him and said, "Look, we're gonna get you here, but once you get there, you're gonna have to pay it in full and bring a couple. And you're gonna once you make captain or major, you're gonna have to bring a couple more. You're gonna have to look out for some butter bars."
Crazy enough, I just got off the phone with Sandog like an hour or two ago.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we was chopping it up. He was making sure I got the phone numbers. So I'm gonna make some calls on Monday to make sure I get them I can start the year off good.
Yeah.
Good man.
And I want to ask you this question. This ain't even for bragging rights. How did you get connected to Sandog?
You?
As soon as you told me you wanted that one, I got the right motherfucker. See, I gotta ask permission, folks. Chat panel, can I go black pill for a moment?
Go on ahead.
Your
Yeah.
channel. Go ahead. Like the JBs. Go ahead, James. Go ahead.
Black pill. See, what you just did, what I just did for loss,
Mhm.
and that's not bragging about it. That's what you're supposed to do. The space is supposed to be a networking hub. You're not supposed to fucking let a young 25-year-old with a STEM degree just wander with his dick in his hand. Yo, you want to
And
be an
get out
officer?
the mud.
You want to be an officer? All right, I'm gonna connect you to Sandog. He's gonna become your new mentor.
Mm-hmm.
Where else? Tell me what other fucking place in this fucking space like that?
None that I can
Nowhere that
think
I could
of.
think of.
Here's the fucking problem. A bitch may be 99 problems, but guess what? Success shouldn't be one.
Mm-hmm.
That's bars, by the way.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
because of this space, you know, I know I met Theo. Who else? Who else?
That put you a step. That put you a step above Jay-Z with that one.
Yeah, I met Theo. I met Sub Zero. I like, you know, it's a lot of people don't understand. You know, there's a lot of things you need you can tap into in the space.
This is not just This is not just a network here. This is a brotherhood and a fellowship. And Charles, if I may say this, because there's a brother among our ranks who needs our flower, not just our flowers, but our support.
Mm-hmm.
Our man Alonzo Hall.
Oh yeah.
Because remember when he first came into this space, he came seeking advice on some personal matters, and we helped him as best as we could. And then he went out and did his thing.
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to his lovely wife who works for the IRS. We got to need to talk about that. And I say that to say this: not only do we need brothers getting involved in STEM, we need brothers going into economics, banking, finance, management, accounting. I don't care what AI is doing. That's not the point. We need brothers on the financial front as well, because in order to help us uplift ourselves and be economically empowered, we need brothers going into such fields so we don't get dicked over.
And name a funny thing you say that, you know, who we know in the finance space in the space, Salchi. And
Salchi, yes.
And crazy enough, I had one of my boys,
Black Uru Strikes, who is an accountant.
Yeah. Like one of my boys, he works in the financial space. You know, Salchi gave me some info of what he could do in order to push himself forward, and I made those notes, and I sent them the notes, and you know, hopefully he executes them and use them to his best ability.
Yeah, you should not go from this space. I'm gonna say this, and somebody put this in the chat for time immemorial. If you come out of this space and you don't know 3 subjects, or you don't know 3 separation of degrees, fuck the 5 or 6, 3 people you should have at least 3 people away from your success. 3. That's how deep this space truly is. Who would ever think I sit in a fucking cigar lounge smoking a cigar with a motherfucker with a PhD in pharmacology?
Dr. Dunbar, who will eventually become Dr. Goodbar with your corruption.
Well, yeah, it's right.
Cigars and whatever he was drinking. Wait.
Every time I go on Facebook, he gets smoother than baby ass on ice. Each picture. The ladies love him. You gotta think.
He's got the salty beard.
Oh yeah, women love it. He's like 6'4", giant goddamn man. Women love him. Smooth baby ass on ice, man. He's shit.
Originally from Buffalo, went to Michigan.
Yep.
And I mean, especially he and AB, they have these serious conversations about health because they do battle similar health issues.
Mm-hmm.
And they talk about that stuff because that needs to be addressed. Because black men, how many black men are still in the dark or willfully in the dark regarding men's health, black men's health? I'll give you one example. Who remembers Herbert, our brother Herbert?
Mm-hmm.
Our brother Herbert, I remember back in 2021, he told, and hey, fellas, pay close attention. Our brother Herbert gave us the heads up and said, fellas, it's time that we all start taking our health seriously and get those colonoscopies and other needed exams. Because when he did his colonoscopy, that is, he discovered polyps. Now, I don't know what's going on with him. I hope he's okay. But thankfully, because of him, I was able to finally get mine done. I came back out clean for the most part, besides the fact I got diverticulosis, apparently. Nothing serious, but how many brothers, for that matter, when Chadwick Boseman died from colorectal cancer, how many brothers are willing to go get that test? Not just for colon cancer, but also to make sure that their large intestine is working properly.
Eat some goddamn vegetables. Clean your shit out. Some fiber.
Clean the shit out. But some people have certain genetic disorders like Crohn's disease, IBS, IBD. These things need to be. You need to get. You have to be sure you don't have any of that shit.
Yeah, even though
a lot of it isn't dire, really.
Even though I'm young, I went to the doctor and I had them do some blood work just so they could check my hormones, my cholesterol, and everything like that. I'm just trying to stay ahead of the curve.
Yeah, you want to get your testosterone, your cholesterol, your blood pressure, and
blood sugar level.
Your blood sugar level. Think about it. COVID shot
glucose, insulin. Yeah.
COVID, being sick with COVID, shot my sugar up. Normal, to give you context, normal sugar levels are supposed to be between 70 and 120. The doctor looked at me.
Shouts out to our brother Rodney. Who's an ER nurse, who's talked about he and how many other guys in the medical field talked about when COVID hit everybody, how much people were affected to it.
Who's the geneticist that BGS talks about?
Nicole Ali.
Nicole Ali.
Yeah,
Nicole.
Dr. Ali.
Nicole, don't call me Dr. Ali. She's so humble. Such a humble Southern girl.
Yeah, but what is the most important titles to her besides being a geneticist?
Mama.
Mother.
Well, wife and mother.
Wife and mother. Two more important roles for any woman. And it's not as a means of subjugation, ladies. It's just every woman wishes to be in some kind of relationship or matrimony and become a mother. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's
and that should be respected.
It's fundamental. I shouldn't pay attention to certain shit, which I really don't. Mm-hmm. But sometimes I have to address shit. Don't come for me when you're trying to go for somebody else. If you have a disagreement with me, come to me. We can do it offline. We can do it online. If you think I'm kissing somebody's ass, you can come to me. Don't go to a bunch of people who ain't gonna fucking benefit it. Because I'm gonna tell you, look, dude, I'm a parent just like you. Mm-hmm. There's a difference. Even Obsidian has to give me some type of respect because I'm something he's not, and that's a father. There are certain levels to masculinity that I think some people just haven't learned yet. I'm not saying they're not men, but there's some aspects that men have not went through. And we devalued a lot of masculinity because we're black men. We value what a woman says what a real man is. And then we wonder why we have this rough estimation of manhood. We wonder why everything gets so tough for us. Mm. We wonder why. And then we wonder why we get so disrespected. Because we're disrespectful. Think about that. I don't think I'm better than anybody. Now, are there some things I have better capabilities than some people, if not most? Yes. I live my life the same way I've been. Cigar smoking, cognac drinking, weightlifting. I have some knowledge that I want to share with the world. I'll share it. See, you're saying get ass to somebody when it was the audience. It's content creators. It's guys like Dr. T. It's guys like Dr. Neil. Dr. Dunbar, EGS, Namer, ABM, Lost, other
Yeah, they're
people, that
prominent, man.
Ray, Dapper Dawn, you know, all these people who watch the show,
Hmm.
like a Mr. Jefferson. They asked me my
Mr. Rogers, who's in there, who's in the chat with us. Haven't seen him in a
Rogers.
long time.
Everything's good with you, Mr. Rogers. Now,
Hmm.
there are people who ask my opinion because I've been doing the subject matter for so long that what's my opinion on it? Anytime PhDs interview me on their channels to get my input, my experience, I am grateful and humble about that. Because, one, you have to look at the perspective. How many black cops are out there speaking on the behalf of black people?
Not many.
Not enough.
Because I can easily, with my background, go to fucking Coon Rock and make some goddamn money. But I
And
have to,
give Officer Tatum a run for his money
because
in
Shoot, you
that
could
way.
shoot, Charles. You could be a
Shit.
Quantico somewhere training people.
yeah. So you tell me, which might happen one day. Hopefully, I get the security gig. Keep Blessings made it to the third round of interviews. So I want you to think about this, right? What happens? Who's going to teach the next generation of protectors? Nobody ever thinks about the next generation in the black community, That's why I always say women thinking nest, men thinking legacy. I got to think the next goddamn at least 100 years. I told my
You have to
son,
think 7 generations ahead, as they say, or you got to be the old men in the Greek allegory that has to plant the trees whose shade they will never sit under, because it's not about you; it's for about the future generations.
the least you could do is bury me under that motherfucker.
Hmm.
Even Ronnie Law said in the song, every generation of us lie. So when
Hmm.
you think about this, if Laws becomes not if, but when he becomes a military officer, what does that do to my show's legacy and his?
It boosts it. It boosts it because first of all, Charles, you're carrying on the legacy of your father, grandfather, and those before you who served in the military. Hopefully, Peanut will continue that as well. But
Same here.
by
I'll be third generation.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
you guys are carrying on each other's father's generations. But the fact that you, Sandog, others are willing to go to bat for this young man so he can get where he needs to be, that's an extension of your legacy. And in turn, he's going to have to pay it forward to the next generation. Look out for them.
yeah. That's the reason why every other fucking demographic wins and we don't.
Yeah, 'cause people don't understand when you do something by yourself. There's a level of bitterness that a person has to be like, I did all by myself. Like, why should I do anything for anybody else? But being that I've had so many people that poured into me, I was like, dang, it took all these people for me to get right here. So I can only imagine what the next person is going to be like. So it's best for me to push it forward and just make it a lot more easier for the next person to come through.
Yeah, because you
Don't
got
make it too easy.
Yeah, not
Don't
too
make
easy.
it
Not
too
too
easy. And make sure that they also understand that you're going to bat for them. Because what they're doing by going to bat for you is putting their name on the line. They're vouching for you. Anything you do, any misstep you have will negatively reflect them.
Yeah,
But that's why like, especially when like Charles, I got in contact with Charles. Like I've been clean. I haven't touched anything.
yeah. I'll be like I told you, I'm gonna catch a flight.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Because some of the vets in Theo's class, like they told me stories. They've had captains, officers, lieutenant, like they've seen people lose their jobs over just a simple test, and they don't pass. out of there.
That's
And I
just
don't want to.
and that's just a piss test.
Yeah. And so I was like, hey, let me do my best foot forward. Stay clean. I don't want to embarrass anybody that vouch for me. So
Yeah,
Make
because
sure you got the right set of shoes when you're doing that too.
because I'm gonna tell you what, we all fucked up enough for you. We all fucked up enough for you.
You'd be surprised how much I fucked up enough for my younger brother. I have a younger brother. When I had to go and do basic training, it was rough for me. I was pretty fucked up. Two things I would say about I've mentioned this to you, Charles. Two things I would say about me when I had to do my basic training. One, I hated it. Like any other person, we hated it. It's one of the worst things we had to go through. The number two, and the most important thing I can say about it is, best thing that ever happened to me. Because it prepared me, and not because it prepared me for what I needed to do. But I didn't go out there blindly. My uncles, my mother had to, my parents that had my uncles come to have a sit down with me, prepare me for what I needed to be. And fortunate for me, I had a lot of my high school buddies with me because, we were coming fresh out of high school. So we all came prepared for this. But I also realized I had to pay it forward to my younger brother and my younger cousins when it was their time to go. And I had to prepare them. Oh, one of the guys who was in the same company with me. He ended up being a drill instructor there. He saw my younger brother and recognized him, asked him, "You such and such as such and such?" "Yeah, that's my older brother." "Oh yeah, you look just like him, sound like him." And they had a conversation. And he was, and it was easy for him because I told him what to look out for, what to not to do. Especially in our case, because one of the biggest trials we have to go through was malaria, dysentery, all while doing basic training.
Jesus.
This is the third world, my dear brother.
Oh yeah, I got a little experience there. You just bringing some bad.
I mean, I know. We had to take malaria tablets, those hydroxychloroquines.
Oh yeah, we had to take those too.
Yeah, 2 of those every other 2 weeks. So to everybody who's had to undergo COVID, I appreciate that. But my people would drive. But I didn't serve in y'all's, but I appreciate that. But I had to pay that forward to my younger siblings and my cousins and my people who I knew, because I had to prepare them for what they needed to do. Just like I had to pay it forward in other ways, like certain skills I acquired, I had to pass it on to whoever needed it.
Yeah, you always looking towards the future, and there's
and remember the past.
There's gonna be times. Don't forget. Don't be surprised when you're a butter bar.
Mm-hmm.
They might put you in a combat unit first. You're gonna get to a unit, but it's not unfamiliar for people to put you in a unit, a combat to make you well rounded. You know what I'm saying?
Charles, I just thought of something.
What's that?
We've been talking about how much brothers should enlist in the military, and that could give them a leg up in all kinds of fields, whether we're talking STEM, the financial, economics aspects of it, those in management and logistics.
Mm-hmm.
How many brothers who have aspirations to go into the legal route should think about going into JAG or similar aspects of military justice?
Well, what happens is usually the military pay for your law school.
Mm-hmm.
Like one brother I knew, he was in an infantry unit. went to Ranger School. Once he did his time, they put him in law school. And when he became a captain, became a JAG lawyer. Because a lot of your JAG people, and a lot of times you go through your JAG, you're gonna have to go through your combat units first, because a lot of times, which I really think the notion is, they want you well rounded, so you know how to lead. One of the best ways to lead is usually through units.
To Shannon, thank you very much for your contribution and helping out vets. And yes, she's right. She says she comes from a military family. God rest your father's memory, and we always got gratitude to him.
Yep.
Hell, here's another aspect, Charles. I'm sorry. You know me. You know how I get down. Here's another aspect. Brothers who wish to go into who are in the military but want to go into the humanities studies. Do you know how many of those brothers could have potentials to be members of the military attaché for any diplomatic corps, for any diplomatic front?
Oh yeah, that's usually
those could be involved, especially linguists.
Yeah,
those who are involved in social, who understand sociology and anthropology, because anytime you guys go overseas, you need somebody who can operate as a cultural attaché on some levels, be it on the ground or up front or up in the top offices.
Do you know how many brothers could be in operations just because they have the ability to do so?
I mean, you talk to Sando, he'll tell you Neymar should have been in that shit with his people. And I had those skills, but things didn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that there's so many ways you can go into the military, and then you can go to so many routes in your life.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't have. No one really has those sit downs about those benefits.
No.
For how many blue collar brothers can go into the military and understand that can help them get where they need to be?
That's how my dad learned his trade. He went in the military.
Excuse me.
I was getting me so many jobs now.
Security, law enforcement. How many brothers who've been in the military? I've gone into. How many people who come out of the service went into law enforcement?
At least I'd say about a good 30%, 30, 40.
Shit. Now let's not stop there. I know his legacy has been affected by everything that's transpired in the past few years. But Dr. Bill Cosby, he'll tell you himself. He dropped out of high school, enlisted in the Navy. From there, he got his GED, and went on to pursue a degree in education and psychology, and earned his PhD. Both he and his wife Camila are PhD holders, and they've been advocating for children's education ever since, along with his comedy career.
Not only advocating, but he donated a ton of fucking money to these quote HBCUs, and they all turned their back on him.
Not just that. That ABM. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Gotta let him get his black pill out. Speak on it, ABM.
Oh, bring it. Sorry.
I'm just saying, once again, I mean, we don't, we bitch and complain about the celebrities that don't give back or don't come back to the hood and shit. But then when Cosby was going through his shit, everybody tucked tail and ran. Nobody stood by him. Nobody stood up for him. And more importantly, nobody gave that money back.
Yeah.
I mean, black people are slimy as shit to one another.
But hey, ABM, but you know this. Whether innocent, guilty, shoot, you could be found innocent and you still guilty. You're black. You're a black man.
What's
Yeah,
that
but I'm just
Jay-Z
saying, it's
song that
like,
came out in '99?
remember when Dr. Dre donated all that money to USC
Mm-hmm.
and he caught a lot of shit?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's why you got niggas like Dre that don't give a fuck. And listen, I was one of the people that criticized him. Like, yo, you gave $80 million to one of the richest schools in the country. You could have gave $10 million to 8 black colleges each.
Yeah.
Whatever, your money, whatever. But see, that's why you have niggas like Dre. Because black
you see
people
what they
don't
did to Deion.
appreciate shit.
See what they did to Coach Prime? Look what they did to Ed Reed.
Yeah.
You got 2 Hall of Fame, world-renowned fucking players, world champions, Hall of Famers, renowned. Literally the best cornerback as your head coach and the best safety of all time as another. And you bring him in fucked up conditions like this? How do you allow somebody to break in your fucking head coach of football's office?
Never happened to Saban.
Nope.
Steal his jewelry, and then vandalize his car while it's in the parking lot.
I'm gonna say it again. Niggas don't appreciate shit. You don't fucking appreciate nothing. And then you got what's his name? Boyce Watkins, Moist Twatkins on Twitter running his fucking mouth about Deion.
Oh, you talking about second place?
Oh yeah. Third
And I told homie that shit. And you know, Watkins never really he never really replies to people, but he replied to me when I told him that shit. I said, yo, how long you gonna be jealous of Coach Prime? And I tagged Deion in the shit, and then he replied, oh, I'm not fucking jealous. Yeah, right. Fuck you, Boyce Watkins. You're jealous of the guy.
He's probably jealous because his wife touches looking at Deion's picture at night.
Yeah. He's jealous because Boyce Watkins is a fraud, honestly. He's a fraud. He's a phony.
Mm-hmm.
He's not an economic guru like he tries to play himself off to be.
I mean, he's never worked in his field. He's a theorist.
He's been fired from every fucking position he's ever had. And then he got the nerve to talk shit about Roland Martin when Roland Martin has the same exact resume. Everywhere Roland's gone, he's been fired. And you got the nerve to run your mouth about Deion fucking Sanders because you got your butt hurt because he left the fucking, what was it, Jackson State?
Yeah.
Jackson State and Jackson, Mississippi.
But Boyce Watkins was the main one. Who was it? It was some cop killing somewhere. Somebody got killed by a cop, and then Ben Crump went down there and settled it, and the family got a bunch of money. And Boyce Watkins is on the internet. You know, black people, just take the money. You know, that's life-changing money right there. Well, then why can't Deion just take the fucking money? What exactly is your fucking problem?
And ABM, the craziest thing, the first thing that happened when he got to Colorado, before he ever had a game or anything, you know what they did? He walked into the gym and they all stood up and clapped for him. He didn't do anything yet.
I'll fucking stand up and clap if I ever fucking saw him. Are you out of your mind? That is fucking. That is two-sport professional athlete Deion fucking Sanders.
Hall of Famer, two-time World Series winner, the Super Bowl winner. Sorry, the Denver World Series. My mistake.
The only American athlete to play in a Super Bowl and a World Series.
Yeah. Also, I'll say this to your point, ABM. If you remember when his brother from another mother, Shay Shay, came to visit him at Boulder and interviewed him. Now, I know I got to be the joker here, but Shannon had to remind everybody. Deion had to remind everybody Shannon ain't no good. He ain't no good. But when Shannon asked him about why'd you leave Jackson, he said, I didn't make a promise. I made a promise to get them to where they needed to be. I built the foundation. I gave them the foundation to build themselves up. I gave them the blueprint. Now it's up to them to execute it. I didn't say I wasn't committed to stay there permanently. I went there because God told me to go there. I'm going to where I'm needed, not where I'm wanted. Colorado needs me. That's why I'm there. I'm here. It's not like I disrespected Jackson when I did that. I gave them what they needed, and I gave them a foundation, a blueprint for them to uplift themselves with. They got to carry on after me.
No disrespect, but what was your raggedy ass fucking school prior to Deion Sanders?
It was shit. It was raggedy as hell, and he got them where they needed to be. He turned their fortunes around.
He
What the
invested his
fuck was
own
Colorado?
money into the campus.
What was Colorado before Deion Sanders?
All
you had to do was say Deion Sanders is the head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes, and all of a sudden, merchandise sales skyrocket, ticket sales skyrocket. You are on national television now. This is before you played a fucking game.
How many kids were transferring taking advantage of the transfer portal just to play on the Colorado Buffaloes roster?
How many kids actually wanted to go to Colorado University, period, just to be a damn student? All because of Deion Sanders. This is what people like Boyce Watkins don't want to say. Like, wow, you niggas are so fucking jealous. Boyce Watkins honestly needs to just stick to money. And like I said, he's not even really a financial guru like he tries to play himself off to be. But every fucking time he talks about something other than money, he sounds really dumb.
Stay in your lane.
Yeah, stay in your fucking lane.
He tried to hop in the relationship lane, and then fraud.
So he's a phony.
Hey, Charles.
And like again, it just demonstrates black people don't appreciate a goddamn thing.
You
bitch and complain about every fucking thing.
By the way,
bitch and complain about Dr. Dre, but yet you shit on Deion Sanders. Like,
who else would they complain about? ABM, you still with me?
Yeah.
You still there? You remember when I brought up Dr. Cosby?
Right.
I remember when Arsenio revamped his show, he had Bill Cosby on. Bill explained why it was important for his son Ennis, God rest his soul, to go to Morehouse. And he explained it in a way that black people would understand. Because he said, my son should go to a historic black HBCU because there he would have found brothers like him, despite despite his dyslexia, and he wanted to go into teaching. He found fellow brothers at the house that were from similar backgrounds, and he could establish that network of brother and fellowship with fellow brothers. And here's where I connect the dots here. Look what happened to Robert Smith and the hell he caught because he paid up the tuition fees for a couple of graduating classes at Morehouse, his own alma mater. Instead of praising him for doing,
I was there when it happened. I was on my campus, and at Clark, and it was crazy, a big uproar. But you had a lot of people talk a lot of cash money, like, oh, he not with a black woman. I was like, what does that got to do with him dealing money to the people? And then they had a Zoom call meeting for the people he paid money for. Barely anybody showed up
because he wanted to pay back to the school who helped him get where he needed to be, and he understood the next generation of brothers can't uplift themselves with all this student debt because debt peonage has been crippling the last couple of generations of graduates, be it at an HBCU or a PWI. my generation, mine, Charles, ABM's generation, and older. Gen Xers is like, how many thousands of dollars in debt we have from student loans, credit card debts, and whatnot, especially those who graduated prior to or during the housing bubble and the '08 crash. Robert Smith did not want to see the next graduating classes go through that shit. He wanted them to come out of college with degrees and no debt, because he knows that how those lingering debts can affect you financially in the long run.
Yeah, because I was on scholarship, and it's very freeing of your time, not having to worry about paying no debt.
Mm-hmm.
Ungrateful niggas. Short-sighted, nearsighted ass niggas. You know what I mean? Oh, he got a white wife.
Than a motherfucker.
What the fuck difference does it make? And again, we pick. Look how niggas just pick and choose when they do this shit. Kamala Harris, again, she can have a white husband. Didn't seem to be a problem.
What's his name?
Or the black chick. The black chick that got appointed to the Supreme Court, Ketanji Jackson, white husband.
Ketanji Jackson Brown.
When it never ceases to amaze me how goddamn dumb we can be.
Mm-hmm.
It's once again, when you're a black man, you got all of this criteria that you have to follow. These unwritten rules.
Rules for thee, but not for we. That's how it is. That's the mindset of most people towards black men.
You showed
regardless
more love.
of your background.
You showed more love and more loyalty to a supposedly half black, half Indian woman than you do a black billionaire who paid off a generation's worth of college kids' student loan debt.
A couple of graduating classes.
That's only half
classes.
of it.
Mm-hmm.
Spellman next door was like, "Oh, what you gonna do for the girls?" Even after he did all that.
This is a repeat of what happened with Obama when he tried to bring up the My Brother's Keepers initiative.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you know what?
As far as Robert Smith goes, hold on a second, ABM. I need you to help me out with something. Because the name I'm trying to relate to is missing here, but a man from Baltimore, Reginald something, I think Lewis. His name was Reginald Lewis. A lot of people don't respect. A lot of people, you think they'd be respecting him because he was one of the first black billionaires in Baltimore, in the state of Maryland. But what's the big sticking point for a lot of people? Oh, he got a Filipino wife.
Let me tell you something, Namer. Mm-hmm. It's many reasons why the other races kick our fucking asses in this country. Even many of the Caribbeans, Africans and shit, they come here and they kick our fucking asses. And as much as I agree with FBA and reparations and all that, niggas deserve to be at the bottom. Because I mean, the way of thinking is just too fucking stupid, and you can't.
What do these others groups also
see the
do,
forest
brother?
from the trees.
Mm-hmm. To your
other
point,
when you hear other races of people come to this country and say, "Yo, you niggas don't take advantage of this shit," I totally see what the fuck they're talking about. Other people come here and get shit and make shit happen, but look what niggas get caught up in. The same stupid, dumb shit over and over and over again. Look at the whole Nicki Minaj thing, right? For example.
Oh, yeah.
And again, don't get me wrong. I totally, see what niggas is mad about because Turning Point is a racist organization. Okay, so anybody black cozying up with them, fuck you niggas. But here's the thing. You niggas gave Cardi B all the grace in the world for cozying up to the Democrats. What's the fucking difference? What is the fucking difference? And Cardi B ain't even fucking black.
Oh, actually, she is.
Says who?
No. Background. If you look at background, mom's
You know,
Trinidadian, dad's Dominican. So
fuck
we
her
look at the
background.
Dominican side. Okay.
Fuck her background. Because here's the thing with Cardi B.
Mhm.
Cardi B, yeah, man, I'm not arguing with you, but I'm just saying. Cardi B
Fine.
has said slick shit about black women constantly throughout the years. And I've always been like, you know what? Hey, y'all like her, so be it. Yeah, I mean, I don't listen to her. But she said her little slick shit. But she gets a pass because she quotes, she does quote nigga shit. She twerks, she got really long fake nails, she wear wigs, she fuck black guys, and that's more than enough for a lot of black people.
She got the ratchet uniform.
But yet her colleague, Nicki Minaj, can come and do basically the same shit.
Her rival.
And now everybody's fucking mad. Like, yo, you niggas kill me with this weird, stupid, double standard. You niggas never want to fucking give any thought to what you're mad about.
Mm-hmm. Selective outrage. That's what it is. It's selective outrage.
Selective fucking outrage. And it makes me, it makes
cherry picking like a motherfucker. Mm-hmm. And to your point, ABM, because my own ilk are over your side. You know what I'm saying? My peoples are just like across the way from y'all, mostly in Virginia. What is the one thing a lot of them do? A lot of those immigrants do. And Cerulean Gray has always mentioned this. Organize. Cerulean Gray up in the Twin Cities in Minnesota talked about how the Somalis there and the Ethiopians and Eritreans up there, they organize. I got family in like a certain state. I've got family stateside as well as in Canada, as well as out here in Europe. With other Eritreans and other Ethiopians, the same thing as Somalis, other Africans, we organize. Caribbeans do the same thing. They organize as best as they can, help each other out, network with one another.
That's the only way you can pull that massive scam off. you got to get everybody on the same page. Real shit. Like, listen. I'm just saying.
No. You don't get to do that. Wait. All I'm gonna say is this, man. First of all, fuck you, damn you, and I gotta agree with you at the same time. You ain't shit, but you're right about that. I get it.
Listen.
Bring it on.
I constantly tell black people this shit. Let's take the Jews for example.
Yeah.
I don't get mad at Jews.
Mm-hmm.
Because I see how Jews run their communities firsthand. I'm in Jewtown right now. There's no garbage. There's no litter.
Mm-hmm.
There's no crime. There's no fucking liquor stores all over the fucking place. There's no bastard kids. Nobody's cars getting broken into. They have their own little supplemental security team out here and shit, supplement the cops and all that. Everybody's
their own stores.
One another. That's what happens.
Own stores. There's respect for blue and white collar. They respect everybody's professions because they know everybody has a role to play in that community.
Everybody comes together
when
at the church.
That's what happens when everybody gets on the same fucking page about your community.
Mm-hmm.
Black people in America do not fucking do it. It's competition with one another. You compete with each other. Black men, it's all about who gets more pussy. All of this money shit and everybody want to talk money. All it is with black men in America basically is my money equals pussy. It's never about creating jobs. You can hire your own people. As much as y'all bitch and complain about the white man and his hiring practices, it's never about hiring your own. It's never about building shit of your own. All you ever want to do is compete with one another. And no matter what somebody does, every now and then you'll get a what's his name? What's his name? Who donated the money to Robert Smith. Or Deonson. Every now and then you'll get somebody who do give half a fuck. And you spit in their fucking face. never fucking fails.
Shoot, I
And
gave
here's
up
the thing
I gave
regarding.
up
Go ahead.
after they
Go ahead.
gave up after they took out Nipsey Hussle. You always asking for someone to do something for the hood, always report back in the community. You kill them.
And some raggedy nigga came out of nowhere and shot Nipsey in the fucking head. But you niggas is talking about neighborhood Crips and all this bullshit. Niggas talking about, well, Nipsey didn't have his security with him that day. Why the fuck do he gotta hire security? Shouldn't the fucking gangbangers be taking care of that? You niggas ain't worth a damn. You niggas ain't worth a damn. And not only that, the nigga got away. Yo, I don't want to hear shit ever again about a fucking Crip. You niggas ain't worth shit. Excuse me for being blasphemous, but they should have been protecting Nip like he was Jesus fucking Christ. That nigga should have never got nowhere near Nipsey. This man is trying to do something for the fucking hood. And you didn't feel like me because that's the attitude of niggas. It's something for nothing. This man could be anywhere in the world he wants, doing whatever the fuck it is he wants. He chose to be there with you niggas. The least you could have did is protect him.
And the thing about that, I will say this, because I have just as much to say on Nip as y'all do. That brother should have not only been protected, but he was giving people the game. He gave brothers the game. But where did he learn the game? Half the game he learned it here. I said, where y'all at? Excuse me. The other half, when he came home. 2004, his father took him and his older brother back to their father's native Eritrea, my hometown, my home nation. Learned about our history. Because Nip was a Tigrinya like me. He's from my ethnicity, first and foremost. His father, and he learned about the importance of self-reliance. He took that and brought that back with him. And the fact that people, and the fact that, he and his brother decided, we got to build up and go the righteous way and try to expand and help brothers out. You wonder why people just don't care anymore.
Black people in America want the white man to care more about them than you care about your fucking selves. You got people in this fucking city who still don't know. All you gotta do is just get online and have a request to come remove like bulk trash. If you see like somebody that dump some tires somewhere, it's nothing but a couple. Like it takes you like 5 minutes on the website. Tell them what the shit is. Tell them where it's at. They come get it. You don't have to lift a fucking finger. But you will live in filth. You'll allow garbage. Other communities in this city don't play that shit. They ain't gonna happen.
They even organize that shit. They get that shit sorted out immediately because they know, hey, you start doing that shit, everybody can check on you and say, are you all right?
It's Baltimore City. You can have once a year, have the city people come out with an open top to whatever neighborhood you want. And they'll take whatever bulk items you got. So you got an old refrigerator or old AC or some shit you want to get rid of. All they tell you to do is you got to bring it out to the open top yourself. They'll take it from there. It's no reason you should see some of the ran down, dirty, fucked up ass neighborhoods you see. No real reason for it. None at all. You can have the city come out. Hey, this is a vacant house. Nobody's living here at the moment. The grass is getting high. You can have the city come out and cut the fucking grass. It's just that fucking simple.
I mean, to circle back to Bill Cosby, like he talked about this in his pound cake speech. Like, like he talked about how we used to care about the community. Like, and now you got people, pissing in the corner in the building, trash everywhere.
Yeah, and black people got mad at him.
For stating the opposite. How dare you air out our air our crap in front of the white people. I said,
It's the
I'm
something
talking
for
to you,
nothing
my
attitude.
people. I'm not airing out to white people. I'm talking directly to my people. I'm not doing this in front of white folks. I'm doing it to us.
Hey Charles,
In an
Ray
auditorium for
backstage,
y'all.
bro. Ray
Is Ray
backstage
backstage?
trying to get on. Yeah. And
No,
then
no, that's somebody
want
else.
you
Somebody
want
else in
white
the
folks to
backstage.
give a fuck about your community when they see you don't care about it? You want
No.
the cops to give a fuck when they see you don't care about it? You mad when these other groups come here and they say, because that's all these other groups do when they get here is, hey, let's not be like the niggas. I mean, why you mad at them? Why are you mad because niggas don't want to be at the bottom?
We gotta set a better example. We have to set a better example. That's what my people say.
Dog, this is America. Listen, I understand it's racism, all types of obstacles and shit. Yes, it's always been that, and it's always gonna be that. I'm not one of these black conservatives that tell you that bullshit ain't no racism. Bullshit. It is racism. Having said that, that don't mean you can't fucking be something and get where you need to get. This is America. As long as you got life in your body and you got 2 arms and 2 legs, Stephen Hawkins, his crippled ass, managed to make money. Don't tell me you can't. Don't tell me you got to live in filth. Don't tell me you got to have kids that can't read on fucking grade level. Don't tell me you can't get a fucking tutor. When you seem to afford everything else, you can afford acrylic nails, BBLs, $250 fucking Tim Duncan foam posits and shit. Don't tell me you can't get a tutor for your kid that you see can't fucking read.
And that's the thing. They'll have their hair done, their nails done, but the boy can't read.
Y'all remember when y'all were kids and your mom would, or your father would, your mother or your father would sit down with you to help you out with some homework? Especially if you didn't understand and you need help.
Yeah.
Yep.
I never forgot those. I never forgot that. I'm glad I had that as well.
And today is easier than ever. Your kid struggling with fractions, there's a million different fucking YouTube channels. Specifically to help kids with fractions.
How many of y'all remember this? Little kids, there was Sesame Street, but the same people behind Sesame Street, they had other shows like The Electric Company before that. There was a show, I remember, a science one from the 80s called 321 Contact. How about a show on math called Square One TV? I loved watching Square One TV.
Hey, Bill Nye the Science Guy?
Bill Nye. I remember a show called Beekman's World.
Reading Rainbow, all of that shit, man.
Reading Rainbow. Oh, LeVar Burton, yeah. Reading Rainbow.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
I mean, they still got Sesame
all
Street,
that,
so at least.
Still got Sesame Street, yeah. Yeah, but you know, it's not what it used to be. Now I gotta give them props for the whole when they had a Muppet that had autism, and they were able to talk to kids about autism, but they did it in a way that was age appropriate. Just like the whole the LG, I just had an issue with them with Billy Porter coming there in that tuxedo gown, because I didn't think that was age appropriate.
Yeah, that was
he's a black man.
Excuse me?
With HIV, by the way.
Oh, you know what? In South Africa. Now, like I said, I mentioned I was born in KSA. I was born in Saudi Arabia, but besides the American Sesame Street, I was also exposed to the Kuwaiti version. The Kuwaiti version was called Iftah Ya Simsim in Arabic, which means open sesame. Similar layout and everything. But I also remember like there were other versions of Sesame Street that were out there. Like in the 90s in South Africa, you had a Muppet that was HIV positive because they needed to address the children the dangers of HIV, people living with it. In South Africa, they've been pulling the punches when they were talking about this shit. They had to do it age appropriately, yes, but they had to talk about it to everyone of various ages. Small children had to understand what that was, because so many kids were being, becoming orphaned because of that. Salute to Enigma.
Yeah, what I was
Salute.
trying to say was that the dominant society loves feminine, emasculate black men. That's why they had for Billy Porter.
Yeah, they love parading Billy Porter. He was when Biden was in office, he was at the Easter in a full gown. I was like, here we go.
It's a humiliation ritual. This is the type of image they want to force down people's throats. Or want to impose on black men.
Doesn't it seem kind of wild that it was less than one generation? We went from the image of H. Rap Brown to now it's Tyler Perry and fucking Billy Porter. That was one generation that change happened.
H. Rap Brown, Alaya Harmo, the late H. Rap Brown, who passed away last month. Because remember, he converted to Islam. He changed his name to Jamil Abdullah Alamin. He was still teaching, and he was an imam, and he kept trying to, awaken people. Because he would tell you, hell, if I'm going to wear an outfit like that, I'll wear the same attire as they wear in the Middle East. If you're going to be wearing something like a flowing gown or something like that, dress like the way of people in certain parts of Africa. Shit. If you're going to be forced to wear a dress, make like Samuel L. Jackson and wear a goddamn kilt.
Yeah, Scottish kilt or something like that.
Scottish kilt or tartan kilt as they do in Ireland.
But it's about the femininity. They need black men to be feet.
They want black men to be
They've been doing this since slavery.
It understand the feminization that they subject y'all. Varies from country to country in the Americas, depending on who was the European colonizer. Because there were variations. How the French did it to their colonies, it's not the same as the Dutch or the Danish before that, or the Spanish, the Portuguese, or the British. It varies from place to place. But there was some form of feminization that was going on. So with that, you have to understand, it's like, this is too much, and there has to be pushback. But I would also say, bad hombre. Actually, we should be calling you hombre chingo.
Most people in this generation don't even know who H. Rap Brown is. Nor do they care.
Or Stokely Carmichael, or what their current, or what the names they changed, or the legal names they changed to. How many people remember Medgar Evers? I'll even go as far as to say
the
this.
agent.
I'll even go as far as say this. Everybody talks about Patrice Lumumba when talks about the DRC, but no one talks about Moise Tshombe. By the way, folks, Moise is French for Moses. Moise Tshombe was Patrice Lumumba's political rival, and it was his home region that was trying to secede from the rest of the country, the eastern region called Katanga. The mineral-rich place, that same mineral-rich place that's still being a place of contention. That's where all the cobalt that's needed for all your electronics is coming from. People can talk about Nelson Mandela, but no one talks about, and the ANC, the African National Congress, that party, but no one talks about a group that would, another political party that opposed them, called the Inkatha Freedom Party, that was a pro-Zulu party led by a man who's, I think, is still alive, named Chief Mangasutu Buthelezi, who is a tribal chief, who is a traditional chief within the Zulu people, within the Zulu nation. Nobody wants to do their due diligence or the research. how many people talk about? Everybody wants to talk about MLK and X. I don't think anybody's ever heard of Clarence 13X unless you're from the nation of God, the nation of gods and earths, aka the 5%ers. I mean, how many people talk about? Everybody
You
wants to talk
won't
about
get
Huey.
you won't get many
Go ahead.
people outside of the tri-state area that know much about Clarence 13.
Mm-hmm.
New
Everyone
York,
talks about
Jersey,
Huey
up
P.
there.
Newton, but no one talks about Bobby Seale.
And Bobby Seale's still alive.
Bobby Seale's still alive to this day.
Nobody ever talks
Angela
about him.
Davis still alive. Angela Davis is still alive to this day.
Angela Davis recently passed away.
Oh, did she? Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I stand corrected. I stand corrected. May she rest in peace.
Well, a lot of people don't know Angela Davis was never even a Black Panther.
How many people bother to talk about?
Angela Davis was never a Black Panther.
Mm-hmm. Here's somebody we all talk about. James Baldwin. But when we talk about James Baldwin, everybody got to talk about the fact that who his bedfellow was, instead of the stuff he contributed to the to the civil rights movement. This man
James Baldwin
went
he
to
never
Oxford. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying. I was just saying he never really gave any oxygen to like his other activities. He always said like, "Hey, I'm Black. That's the only thing that really matters."
Mm-hmm. Y'all got to check it. If you do get a chance, find that documentary. It's the written words of James Baldwin, narrated by Samuel L. Jackson, called "I Am Not Your Negro." It's a 2016 documentary.
I've seen clips.
You got to see it because the insight he has in that documentary, especially when he foresaw certain things that we've been experiencing for the past decade or so, he foresaw it. And he talked, and I remember watching a speech he gave at, I think it was Berkeley. And he said to the young Black student, he said, "Let me tell you something. White people know our struggle. They know what we're going through. You know how I know? They don't want to be us. They don't want to be like us." They see what we're going through, and they don't want to go through that hardship. There was another civil rights activist who was LGBT plus, Baylor's son. There was a movie about him on Netflix. Orlando Jones and Chris Rock was in it. And
Bayard Rustin.
Bayard Rustin, yeah, Bayard Rustin.
Okay, so
Thank you.
sorry, my bad. That's the one. That's the agent I was talking about, not the other one. Yeah, he was in the civil rights movement, but also he was an informant.
COINTELPRO?
FBI informant.
Yeah, that's COINTELPRO.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Then yeah.
That's COINTELPRO. That's what destroyed the. You remember about Judas and the Black Messiah? You ever seen that that movie Lost?
I saw a little bit of it. I gotta rewatch it.
I still ain't watched that movie.
I mean, that brother, he who ended up being the Judas, he ended up taking his own life because of the guilt he was dealing with.
His interview is still on YouTube.
On YouTube? Yeah. I'm gonna look that up, But the COINTELPRO and everything. Think about it.
Yeah, he can't
He
even
sold
look.
them out for $100.
He can't even look. You can see in the interview, he can't even look people in the eye. He was so ashamed by it.
He did that shit for $100.
And to get out of jail. but the COINTELPRO tells you everything. Just like J. Edgar Hoover, what kind of a man he was.
There was a lot of agents. People say Angela Davis was an agent. Elaine Brown. There's an interview on YouTube when Elaine Brown is saying Angela Davis is an agent. All you gotta do is pay attention to who they put the cameras on and who they don't. You never see Bobby Seale speak. The last time I saw Bobby Seale in an interview, and this just last time I saw him, it was years ago when it was this documentary about the new Black Panther Party. And this is like right after Khalid Muhammad died. And they asked Bobby Seale how he felt about it. Bobby Seale was basically like, man, fuck them. They don't do nothing. That's the last time I seen Bobby Seale on camera.
Khalid Muhammad.
Early 2000s.
Oh, well, yeah, God have mercy on his soul, as they say in Arabic.
Just like when Mutulu Shakur got out of prison. Yeah, nobody gave a shit.
They try to keep that hush hush, didn't they?
People talk all this shit about, the ancestors and the heroes and all this shit. Like, yo, y'all niggas don't know half of these people that put their life on the line for this shit. You don't know half the fucking people.
I watched a documentary about Clarence Avon. It was called The Black Godfather. People forget back in the 50s and 60s, how many black entertainers were behind the scenes in the civil rights movement. They couldn't put their names out there, but they were putting their money where their mouth is, because they had to provide the funds for this, that, and the third. Also, bail money for certain people, certain activists getting arrested needlessly on trumped up charges and whatnot. And one man in particular, Sammy Davis Jr.
I was right about to bring that up.
Clarence Avon, as I say, Avon Clarence, or Clarence Avon. I get that man's name wrong. But when they had that in the 70s, when they had that benefit concert for Muhammad Ali, and Sammy Davis was getting a lot of flack because there was a picture of him hugging Richard Nixon from behind. It was innocent. I looked at it and I realized he didn't mean anything about it, and Sammy was ostracized. And Clarence Avon told him, come on, man, we need you at that concert. You, Ali, y'all were on the same front. We're all together in this. I know the younger generation don't get it. And with the younger generation at that time were the boomers. He said, I know they're not going to get it. They were young. They were babies at the time, but you got to go out there and be the man that you always been. You've always been fighting from underneath, like the little man you always, because you're a little guy and everything, but you stood tall, 10 toes down. And when Sammy got to that stage and they were booing him, the first thing he said to them was, disagree with me, my politics, if you will, but you can never disagree with me about my blackness. A lot of people have to respect him for that. And he got the biggest ovation after he performed I Gotta Be Me. That song is a black man's anthem right there. Disagree with me, if you will, my politics, but you can never disagree with me about my blackness.
That's the thing with some situations, you just gotta drop your nuts.
Let your nuts hang, not drop your nuts. Let your nuts hang.
Yeah, let them hang, not drop them, not drop them.
Do I got to bring up that Keith David, Ethan Hawke shit from the Lowdown now? Unless you haven't seen the show.
Yeah, I don't think I know that one.
There's a show on Hulu, FX, The Lowdown. Ethan Hawke is a journalist, and Keith David is like his road dog in a sense.
There's so much crap I still gotta watch,
Hmm
catch up on.
I got a lot of shit I gotta catch up on. Like one of my favorite docu-series is like Ancient Warriors. I still have to complete that. But yeah, that's military science, folks. You can find that on Magellan TV if you can get that streaming service, because that's an educational one. I know everybody talks about, Nat Geo, Discovery. Yeah, they're great. But, they're but they're corporate. You got to get the ones that are better. I mean, yeah, History Channel is just as good, but if you find Curiosity Stream and Magellan TV and other streaming platforms, trust me, you guys can learn something from those streaming services. They got documentaries for all kinds of interests: science, technology, history, health, history. It's all educational. But speaking of which, and since we were mentioning all the various branches of the military, there is one branch of the military that doesn't get enough respect, and that's the U.S. Coast Guard. They need their props as well, because they're protecting the U.S. waters from all kinds of dangers, just like Border Patrol is protecting the U.S. borders from all kinds of dangers. And for the brothers who wish to enlist in the armed forces and want to go on to become engineers, my avatar right here. That's something y'all might want to consider. Where else will you get this type of game, folks? From an outsider, for that matter. That's right, LAPD SWAT. Those folks don't get enough respect.
No, they don't.
I think because also, being that the physical landmass that we live on currently in America, we don't really have any threats on the coast per se. So a lot of people don't put a lot of attention to the Coast Guard because we're not really we don't get in conflicts on our territory.
I was watching a documentary on Discovery Channel about the various sniper corps of the snipers of the various branches of the U.S. military. One of the most badass snipers are the U.S. Coast Guards. Do you understand what they have to do? How much training they have to undergo, how much focus and concentration is required to snipe somebody from a helicopter? While it's in pursuit of a sea craft?
Go fast boat. That takes a lot
A
of skill.
fast boat?
You're going up and down and forward, and that boat is skipping on the water. Sometimes at 50 to 100 miles per hour or knots.
Yeah. Here's another set of snipers you also got to consider: the ones who had to save Captain Phillip from those Somali pirates.
Oh, they were here
They had to snipe those dudes in choppy waters. And the timing required to hit all three, the amount of coordination required for that shit, that ain't no joke. I mean, but talking about Yeah, I know. I'm all over the place, folks. This is just how I operate. But you realize people do not want to do the research, realize where they stand on these things. Nobody wants to connect the dots. Charles, you all right?
Oh yeah.
Hmm. I swear, man, you gotta go. You gotta go see a ear, throat, nose specialist.
I'm good.
You know, I don't know that sinus doesn't say you are. Sounds like something wrong with your sinus.
Nah, it's just average.
Mm.
And
Now, that's something we also talk about. You know, some people, you got some sinus issues, get that checked out. See a ear, nose, and throat specialist, folks.
Any last words for anybody?
Well, my words as usual are to Sharon Moretz. Thank you for your family is still held in great regard. Thank you to your father. May he rest in peace. And as usual, my words are: y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't been shit. Never will be shit. And God bless y'all for it.
Mm-hmm. And for that one, oh, and we out.
Woo! Bye bye.